our second day, for Kamba, our second day of the Malawi IGF Forum 2019. We had a wonderful day yesterday. We go through a lot of discussions, presentations, agreements, and what have you for the day. So we're all aware we've lost just a few minutes. We intend to come back for the lost minutes that we've lost. So just as we are all continuing to get set and everything is being put in its robust right, I will request the chair of the forum, Mr. Fuzlani, just to give us a few remarks and just to tell us what to expect today and a minute recap of what we did yesterday and what to expect today. I think after lunch, then after him, to call upon our presenter for the first session today, which is General P, to take us through a presentation, then we'll roll for the rest of the day. So, at this moment, Mr. Fuzlan, sir, come forward and take us through. And maybe just to, I know there are different beliefs and what have you, but also have an opening prayer for today, so that those who have that calling can be peace to say we call upon the Lord. So close our eyes for a word of prayer. Our Lord in heaven, we thank you for this morning that you brought us together. We were here yesterday, you were with us, we asked for your presence, you made our prayer. Lord, as we start this morning, we ask for your presence again. Send your Holy Spirit, send your angels to be with us, guide the discussions, the presentations, bless everyone, so that whatever is discussed will be presented here, Lord, should be for the social, economic development of the nation. Lord, we ask this in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Just one reminder, in case the others who just come in today, or maybe they came late yesterday, but they did not register, please. You are reminded to register. Just as you enter the hall, to your right, there is our secretary is there. Please make sure you register there, so that you don't miss out on some very
Good morning, everyone. So just to recap on yesterday's sessions, for those of you who I saw, I think at the registration desk we had others who missed out on some of the sessions that we had yesterday. We had quite a number of heated conversations and interesting talk around issues of the cyber security. We had a discussion around the issues of the connectivity in Malawi, some of the initiatives that are being undertaken by the Public-Private Partnership Commission through the Digital Malawi project. We also had a conversation and a presentation from Dr. Powers, who gave us an overview theory in terms of the traffic. How much of the traffic that is going on the internet is originating from Malawi, and how much of that is not from Malawi. We also had a discussion, a presentation from Mr. McBain, who brought another interesting angle on issues of youth and gender online inclusion. And we had quite a number of follow-up questions and comments on how we can protect youth when they go online, issue of security and privacy. And we also had a presentation from Dr. Suduzwayo Matisse, who talked about the cryptocurrency and the current level of adoption in Malawi. And I think it emerged that I think in Zomba we have a miner, but also we have more people that are investing in Bitcoin in Zomba than other cities, Atlanta, Lilongwe, and Zuzu. We had a presentation from Mr. Jibana, who talked about the digital investment, some of the initiatives that the government is taking to invest in the digital skills and infrastructure development, as well as the capacity building within government. And we wrapped up yesterday's session with President Tande, who took us through the country's readiness on IP version 6. The conversation centered around if we are going to connect the next 2 million Malawians, do we have enough resources that we can get these citizens connected? So the issue of IP addresses, especially the IP version 6 protocol, was the center of this discussion. Today, some of the interesting discussions as well. We'll have a presentation that we're starting with. It might not be reflecting actually on the program, the cybersecurity policy, which is going to be done by the Major General Dr. Paul Piri from the Malawi Defense Force. He will walk us through some of the initiatives that our colleagues are taking in relation to the cybersecurity policy. I think Major was also part of the steering committee on the national cybersecurity policy strategy formulation. After that, we'll have a presentation on big data for development, and then this presentation will be followed by a panel discussion to dig deep into the topic of the big data for development, on how as a country and the industry we can leverage the big data for development in Malawi. And then we'll have a presentation from Mr. Suka to take us through the digital payments, the case of mobile money adoption in Malawi. There are more people with mobile money accounts than those with account numbers at the bank. So we'd like to also look at the digital economy in terms of financial inclusion, and how the technology is allowing people to have access to financial services using mobile money. And then we're going to have a presentation from Ms. Beatrice, who is going to talk about the e-lancing project that is focusing on creating a digital platform where freelancers can come and lance and find job opportunities at the comfort of their homes or within their house, where they'll be able to access the platform and do some of the jobs that will not have otherwise been found from the who is going to talk about the IoT and the Malawi digital strategy. So for those that are not from the technical community, this is the Internet of Things, and we're looking at how is the country ready to embrace the Internet of Things, and is that incorporated in the Malawi digital strategy. This will be followed by a panel discussion. We'll have panelists from the industry as well, to dig deeper on how we can leverage the internet for development. And then we'll have an afternoon session that is going to focus on the third news that is going to be presented by Mr. Jimmy from Chancellor College as well. And then the last on the day is going to be Mr. Amos Maunga to talk about the digital skill gap assessment from the Tibet Authority. And then we'll wrap up the session. The Secretariat is going to give us a readout of the report from the 2 days meeting, and we're going to also agree on how we would like to move forward as Malawi Internet Governance Forum for our next year preparations. So let me once again invite everyone. We don't have anyone who is being sent to record or to listen on, who is very critical on who. This is an open platform. Please let's be open-minded. Let's contribute to the things that are very critical to the growth and development of the country's internet space. Let's engage in the conversation and bring forward I think the policy should be influenced moving forward. So without taking much of your time, let me invite Major General Dr. Paul P. to walk us through the presentation on cybersecurity this morning. Thank you so much.
I want to start by saying good morning to everyone, and with that I want to look at maybe a salutation whereby I want to say the chair and all protocols observed. As hinted, my name is Paul Valentino Piri. I work with the Malawi Defense Force, and I have a rank of a Major General, and academically I have a PhD. So basically that's about me. Today we are going to be talking about, or I am going to talk about security policy, cyber security policy, and I hope that at the end it would attract a lot of interactions. Cyber security is a discipline that has of course taken us by storm, in that most of the times if you look at ourselves, you find that everybody is either using a phone, either maybe looking at a computer, or maybe doing something that is related to the same. And obviously the catchword is internet. Now, if this is the case, we need also to look at our organizations, that is, whether we are in the public, whether we actually operating from the public domain or maybe from the private domain. So basically these are the two strands of organizations. Either you're working in the public sector or the private sector. As a matter of introduction, I want to take this opportunity or an advantage to what was presented yesterday. Basically, we want to look at the aspect of cyber security. Cyber security cannot be understood properly if you do not understand what cyber is, what cyberspace is, and how then you should be able to actually protect that. So this presentation is actually hinged on these three aspects. Then from there to look at how they can be secured. I know that the audience here is quite aware or well versed with the word cyber, because I can see most of the faces are coming from the discipline of ICT. So we want to look at maybe our platforms, and we want to look at the space that is in between. Apart from the platforms, you want to look at the software which they have, and also the servers that actually provide the activities that go into those platforms. So you want to look at maybe laptops, you want to look at, or just computers, you want to look at phones, and anything that is related to communication in that discipline. Now, when you look at the space that is there, is what we call the cyber. Now, the cyberspace. And for that cyberspace, we understand that it is actually connected so that we can be able to actually receive various data which we use as part of communication. In that regard then, we would like to protect the space so that it's not abused. People would like to manipulate or maybe exploit the space between these platforms for their own reasons or maybe for their own advantage. So in this regard, we want to look at what was presented yesterday to say cybersecurity refers to the body of technologies, processes, and practices designed to protect networks, devices, programs, and data from attack, damage, or unauthorized access. Somebody did present the same yesterday. Cybersecurity may also be referred to as information technology security. This is an alternative, but it also serves the purpose. Cybersecurity on the same is important because government, military, corporate world, that is financial and medical organizations, collect, process, and store unprecedented amounts of data on computers and other devices. A significant portion of that data can be sensitive information, whether that be intellectual property, financial data, personal information, or other types of data for which unauthorized access or exposure would have negative consequences. Organizations transmit sensitive data across networks and to other devices in the course of doing businesses. And cybersecurity, in this regard, describes the discipline dedicated to protecting that information and the systems used to process or store it. As the volume and sophistication of cyber attacks grow, companies and organizations, especially those that are tasked with safeguarding information relating to national security, health, or financial records, need to take steps to protect their sensitive business and personal information. These factors, as articulated above, calls for having a policy or policies in order to have a disciplined operating environment. A good policy should be able to include and address the following. Of course, you must be able to look at basically what the cyber security policy is all about: data asset protection, network security policy, authentication, and resource usage and management policy. Basically, all this should be understood from the important elements of cyber or cyber security, which actually include aspects like network security, application security, endpoint security, data security, identity management, database and infrastructure security, cloud security. Oh, okay. And mobile security. Basically, what we want to do during this forum is to familiarize you with the aspects that go into a cyber security policy. To be able to transit through this presentation, we're going to actually look at the scope that is being shown on the slide. I want to start by looking at this function of data asset protection. It's very important. We have talked about the data that we actually send through the platforms so that we can be able to communicate. This data requires to be protected, and I have talked about the cyberspace, which is actually either manipulated or exploited for either evil intentions by those actors doing such acts. It might be important then to look at aspects of the aspects of data asset protection. So what is it that goes into this? Important areas that we'll talk about, that is, would be employee information. This is very important because you want to look at individuals who you have employed. You also want to look at issues of email policy, malware, maybe blocking. And I want to start by asking maybe the audience to say, do we understand about a malware? Most of the times people will talk about malware, but it appears most of us do not really understand what goes into it. Basically, when we talk about malware, it's malicious software. So, in short, or the abridged version of the same is malware. So it will be very important on how you can be able to block malware. The rest of the details are for you to sample, okay, and to see for yourself. Because if at all you have to actually come up with a policy, then you need to understand what is it that goes into the issue of cyber security. Because you cannot understand or you cannot develop a policy that actually informs or that actually informs the activities of the organization or the business that you deal with. So it will be very important for you to have a clear understanding of how you can be able to protect these aspects. The starting point basically is or are the elements of cybersecurity, which I have actually talked about. Potential business data of a corporation typically resides in many resources, that is including servers, email, network, browser, PBX, and software. Therefore, all information owned by the organization must be protected as a rule of thumb. It must not be disclosed to unauthorized individuals in any manner, as the data is considered a company or organizational intellectual asset. Also, integrity and privacy of data, that mainly focuses on keeping confidential, classified, etc. information safe for an organization, is important in this regard. Similarly, all information owned by a company or organization is considered as its intellectual property. That should be protected from unauthorized individuals and should be used on the grounds of valid reasons. For purposes of security, data security policy or policies must be drafted and included in the job responsibility of each employee to be in compliance. The second aspect that I would like you to look at is network security policy. The network security policy is important, and basically it includes the following aspects: device security, internet security, VPN policy, which is virtual protection network, virtual private network policy, port communication policy, wireless LAN policy, remote connection policy, firewall rules policy, intrusion policy, proxy server policy, secure communication policy, and DMZ policy. DMZ, it's like a military term. It's like demilitarized zone, and I'll articulate about this aspect later in the course of my presentation. Now, on this aspect, there are no definitive mechanisms for protecting a network, because any security system can be subverted or compromised. If not from the outside, then certainly from the inside. Ultimately, to secure a network is to implement different layers of security so that an attacker must compromise two or more systems to gain access to critical assets. This is a very important aspect which we should all understand in terms of this aspect. Likewise, network policies, therefore, govern how a network should be implemented and configured to streamline employees' operations in ordinary conditions, as well as guides how to react during the occurrence of abnormalities. In this context, this section explains the imposition of policy measures of each term or principle of network security to protect information and systems. Network security policies revolve around protecting all the resources on a network from threats and further exploitation. We must not only consider the machine established on the network, but other essential network devices, network transmission media, and the data being transmitted across the network. Next aspect that I would want you to look at and also to keep at the back of your mind is the issue of authentication. Authentication has got a number of elements as well, and these include the following: user allotment, password creation, access privilege, two-factor authentication, simulation login, inactive accounts, unattended session, password reset, password reuse, password expiration, login message, failed login, and dormant screen lock. I was privileged to attend a presentation which was actually delivered by the members of the Accountant General. They were talking about bio-locks. And in the process, I think they were talking about the new IFMIS. In this regard, they were looking at using a bio-lock so that I think they could actually safeguard or prevent another cash gate occurring. Whether occurring or recurring, I think that was what was at stake. Now, in their presentation, or in the presentation, there was use of a fingerprint. Okay? Now, using only a fingerprint, in terms of cybersecurity, in my opinion, was not enough. It needed to be complemented with something else. For example, maybe an image, which could be a photo, or maybe two fingerprints, or the prints of two fingers. That would actually enhance their security. That way, in terms of authentication, you could be able to actually completely keep off anybody who would be coming, actually to make an attempt to enter or to access your data. Likewise, on the same, you want to look at the aspect of the finger being part of an individual. If somebody has to actually take away or to steal information or use the data that you have, then you have to cut away the finger, because you cannot borrow somebody's finger. So I wanted to make actually this emphasis that authentication is very important, because if it is very simple, anybody can be able to access your data. Now, in terms of authentication, authentication is supposedly deemed to be the first line of defense in softwares. Requires a combination of passkey from the end user to manipulate the application further. Hence, the organization ought to incorporate the befitting authentication measures from grassroots level in the form of policies into their logistics infrastructure to tighten the security of software, or unauthorized subversion that could eventually lead to diverging or misusing crucial assets of an organization. As a rule of thumb, the authentication system of an organization will be fortified to lessen the possibility of illegal infiltration. The next aspect is resource usage and management policy. I'm talking about all these so that we should have a clear understanding that by the time we shall be talking about the issues either of crafting or coming up with a policy, then these aspects must be understood properly, because without a clear understanding of this, obviously you cannot make any headway. You cannot actually come up with an effective policy. So when we talk about resource usage and management policy, we want to look at issues of non-disclosure agreement, personal websites, vulnerability assessments or assessment, desktop system administration, document security, telephone usage, software installation, internet usage, firewall manipulation, activity monitoring, HR management, security personnel responsibility. I have maybe a point to add in terms of maybe telephone usage and also internet usage. And also maybe cell phones. If I simply say telephones, maybe I will not have or will not have done justice to what I want to say. Organizations sometimes privilege their personnel with gadgets. And also in the offices, we actually install telephones and allot them to particular offices. What happens then? You find that most of the times, the telephones are not used for the intended business. What happens is, we actually use them for personal transactions. In the context, or in the context of using the phones or for personal business, you'll find that at certain times you actually diverge certain things that are not supposed to be said on the phone. Likewise, you actually incur huge costs for the organization because you waste time in using the phone or the mobile phone for things that are not intended to be passing through that. That way, we also look at it as kind of a security issue which has to be dealt with. Likewise, we want to look at the same in terms of internet usage. You find that when we have internet in the offices through the platforms that are also for the organizations that we work for, most of the important. Now, you find maybe you want to download very big files, you want to download certain things that really are not part of your business. You'll find that at the end of the day, you are actually way off from what you're supposed to be doing. And you also actually expose your organization to certain scenarios which will actually amount to security breaches. I think or maybe stress on these two important points. A company, on the same company organization, vital assets are required to be utilized with great caution, as well as administered and monitored by a responsible entity. Resource usage or usages such as computer, networks, the internet, phone, software application, and management policy related to contents provide insight into the subject that might be included in a general security policy of a typical organization. In this regard, I want to refer to what I've talked about, that if you are given this privilege of having a device that you should be using for your work, you should not actually divert to be using it for other purposes, because it has implications in terms of the security of the organization and also the costs. Such policies in this regard will streamline the understanding of employees as to how exactly the company organization expects them to use the computing resources. Now we want to look at the issue of the security policy. Before I venture into this, which organizations have cyber security policies? Both private and public organizations. Do we have cyber security policies in the organizations we work for? Cyber security policies. Yes, madam, you have cybersecurity policy, a cybersecurity policy in your organization? You want to give her a mic? Any extra mic?
Actually, I want to say that we have the IT policy whereby some issues on security concerns are addressed, but not to a great extent. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other? Anybody else whose organization has a cyber security policy? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. It means it's only one organization. It has maybe an idea on how it should actually protect whatever data it uses in the offices. This is very important then, that we should have a clear understanding of what a cybersecurity policy is all about, and how maybe we can actually craft it and use it to our advantage. First of all, the most important thing is to understand what a policy is. A policy is basically a statement of intent, okay, which can be implemented as a procedure or a protocol. This is really important for you to have a clear understanding. Although it is also important to have an understanding about the security goals. Security goals, for each and every organization, are focused on these three aspects. The first one that is looked at is confidentiality, or the aspect of confidentiality. The second one is the aspect of integrity. And the third one is availability. And how are they applied? When we are talking about security in the organizations, and especially when we are looking at the aspect of cybersecurity, we look at, on the aspect of confidentiality, try to protect the confidentiality of the data that we use in the offices. Secondly, we want to promote the integrity of the data for our organizations. Then we also would like to promote the availability of the data for authorized use. So basically, when we are looking at security, we want to look at these aspects to be our goals, or the goals of security. Now, as I have already articulated about what a policy is all about, when we want to look at a cyber security policy, we simply want to say or underscore the point that it is the statement of responsible decision makers about the protection mechanism of a company's crucial physical and information assets. So it will be very important for us to have this clear understanding. What's this? Overall, it is a document that describes the company's or an organization's security controls and activities. It also does not specify a technological solution, but specifies sets of intentions and conditions that aid to protect assets, along with its proficiency to organize business. In more depth, a security policy is the primary way in which administration prospects for security are translated into specific measurable goals, as well as directing users to build, install, and maintain systems so that they do not have to make those decisions by themselves. And finally, it should be in a written form to offer guidance on behavior, resource uses by the employees, and what is forbidden to wield. I want to look at the aspect of policymakers, and this is very important because when we're talking about a policy, they have to be people who have to actually make them. A security policy in this regard, in terms of its development, is a joint or a collective operation of all the entities of an organization or all the stakeholders of an organization. It's not a one-man show. It's not a one-man show. You cannot actually go to your house overnight, come back in the morning to say, here I am, I have actually crafted or authored this document, and this is what we are going to be using. That will be offside, and you will require to be penalized. And or maybe I would say that is offside and will require a penalty. In general, security policies should not be developed by the IT team as well itself, as it is a responsibility of everyone that has a stake in the security policy to be involved in its development so that all mold the policy according to their requirements. Everybody working in an office, in an organization, or maybe a company will actually have a stake in whatever goes on in the office, mostly and specifically in terms of data that actually comes in or goes out in the office. During policy creation, the following groups or entities should be involved. One, you want to look at in terms of companies or maybe just organizations, you need to have a board. There should be a board. Board members are supposed to render their advice in response to exceptional or abnormal running conditions of business. A board obviously will come up with their observations and actually come up with this advice to actually prevent or contain malpractices. IT team, of course, they are owners of the platforms and also whatever software is used in the discipline of managing data of an organization. And as such, they are a part or an important part of the team which should actually give a contribution when authoring or crafting a policy. Then also a legal team involved because there are certain things that can be done which might be illegal. Now, to avoid those overlaps, the legal team can be able to provide direction that will actually keep the organization safe from trouble. Likewise, there should be an HR team. An HR team typically obtains certified training and confirmation and communication certificates from each employee, and from that they can be able to use that information to contribute to how data within the organization can be put to use. So, using that team, to understand or to look at the aspect that policymakers must be aware that choosing a policy that backs a strategy is a simple task compared to validating that the policy is effective. I think this is not working well. Maybe it's this code. Let's bring it in. Going back. Okay. Yeah, that's there. That's fine. Okay. So the security policy development approach involves the following stages, and these are important. Of course, I have just put them on a diagram so that we have an understanding. We want to start from requirement gathering. What is it that we would want? Okay? That basically will form the requirement. Then after that, we'll actually come to a proposal definition. And after that, we look at policy development. Then it has to be approved. And finally, it has to be published. Now, through this cycle, you actually see that it's a procedure that will involve everybody. And at the end, the product that will come out will certainly be part of the team or the organization. That way, you also benefit in the sense that everybody working for the organization of the company will be able to understand in terms of the procedures and or the protocols that will be required to be that will be required to be used within the organization. Also, policy audience. It will be very important to understand issues of the policy audience. Security policy applies to all senior management, employees, stakeholders, consultants, and service providers who use the company or the organization's assets. More importantly, the security policy must be readable, concise, and illustrated to be effectively comprehensible to its audience and all employees, so that everyone adheres to the policies and fulfills their defined roles. Figure below gives an indication of a typical company organization that would need to read the policy. Basically, this is a table which is showing the audience. The audience in this regard within an organization. Other organizations are bigger and would not involve maybe these. But you want to look at the aspect of all employees, IT, department, management, the legal department, and also other stakeholders. In other words, a security policy incorporates all assets such as computer networks, data, information, or any information that is perceived to be valuable to the business. Classification. In terms of the policy, it needs to be classified. Every organization typically to safeguard the physical assets from both employees and management, and applies to the prevailing facilities including doors, entry points, surveillance, alarms, etc. Then you want to look at management, confidential information security, among others, as it applies to individual maybe might be in the policy, which of course might only be flowery. But it will be very important to look at, to audit the policy so that you actually benefit from it. Security documents are living documents. Therefore, they ought to be updated at specific intervals in response to changing business and customer requirements. Established and ready to dictate typical operations, and audit may be performed by outsiders or inside agencies to compare existing practices to the intentions of the policy. Security policy audits assist the company or organization to understand better the threats the organization is exposed to and the effectiveness of the current protection. Security audit's goal is to bring all the security policies as close as possible. In this if they are violated. So basically, these require enforcement. There are a number of ways that a policy can be enforced. Policy awareness as well. Thank you. Policy awareness as well. The most robust strategy is to combat the exposure of information by employees is education. You might have a, but if you have not point will be to benchmark and then you also want to look at the aspect of awareness or sensitization of and related skills, development of operating process.
visually map out what are called critical junctures. If those of you who know history, a critical juncture is when something happens and things are never the same. So to give you a few examples, September 1964, after the cabinet crisis, that would be a critical juncture. 1971, when Kamusubanda became the life president of Malawi, that would be a critical juncture, etc., etc. Big data is one of those things that people loved. It's in fashion now, you know, to talk about big data. The British government lost 5 billion British pounds trying to innovate using big data. It's not easy. This morning, I want to unpack what big data is, and I want to see if I can expound on some of those things with Malawi in mind. So what I'll do is I'll define big data. I need to stop tapping this table. I will explain what I call the 4 V's of big data. This is really disturbing my line of thought. Is it? Can I? I'll talk about some areas where big data is actually being utilized, and then I'll talk about some applications as well, and then I'll talk about data sizes. Fewer countries in the world are dealing with big data because it's actually not easy to play with big data. And I'll also expand on opportunities and technologies. 3 V's of big data. That's volume, velocity, and variety. In Malawi, we produce a lot of data. The problem is we just don't capture that data. So to give you an example, if you were to plot, say, if you were to compute the narrative around social media, or the coming back of democracy in Malawi in 1994. And how that led to some form of freedom, and how that has led to people losing some of the fear that they had around police, for example. And to compute it, to come up with newer insights. So for us to talk about big data in Malawi, first of all, we need to talk about how we can capture the data we're producing, how we can actually play with the patterns that are inherent in that data. Let me start with velocity. A lot of data, as I said, that's being of government, say, government expenditure, for example, or mobile phone usage. There's so many examples that I'm going to give on data that's being produced. I don't know about telcos. Do telcos have indices they capture on a daily basis? They're not public, but they're there. Oh, okay. Let me zoom in on this definition by the key players in the industry across Malawi are not talking to each other. I mean, there's no way we can even start to talk about big data. Let me try and define volume. Let me try and define more. Let me just on that. We all know terabytes because we deal with terabytes. 2 TB hard drives, no, nowadays 4 TB hard drives. When you're talking of big data, really, you're talking of petabytes. That's 1,000 terabytes. So now the question is, as a country, are we producing that data? Yes, we are. But like I've said, we are just not. We don't have the means of capturing that data. And where the means are, there's no concerted effort to interlink different players. And then I'll expand more on veracity. What's the means of capturing that data? It could be in the cloud, for example. This is where now you bring in. This is when now you start processing. You can deploy your machine learning algorithms, for example, to play with the data. You can use things like Hadoop, for example, to play with the data. The idea really is just to come up with newer insights. The thing about big data is unstructured. So some of you, people who deal with data in Malawi, you're dealing with data that is, if you're working for, say, telco, you know that in your data, there will be, the features that will be there could be, say, the number of calls made in a certain location, the duration of minutes of those calls, etc. That data is structured. So if you're designing your system, you design a system which is designed to deal with structured data. And oftentimes this is why people use relational databases. But the thing about big data is the data is unstructured. So if you're dealing with big data, you need to find ways of dealing with unstructured data. This is where now things like non-relational databases like NoSQL. This is where they come into into play. So things like MongoDB, for example, to give an example of a database. Examples here: if you're searching for a Twitter post, something has happened and people are tweeting. Can you get that data? In Malawi, we don't tweet as much to warrant what may be called big data, because, to give you an example, someone like a journalist like Idris, who's followed by many people, he can share something funny about the presidential convoy, and there'll be maybe there may be 50 retweets, there may be 100 likes, there may be maybe 18 replies, but that doesn't really mean, in terms of big data, that's not really data. Or even during the day, if you just go on Twitter today. Just get a tool like Cosmo, for example. You grab data on Twitter and zoom into data from Malawi around Twitter. You see that the data that we are generating as a country, it's so little that it doesn't even warrant to be classified as maybe large data, but not big data. Another example is if you're trying to analyze video streams, say on YouTube, for example. A bit of a challenge in Malawi simply because our bandwidth is a bit of a challenge there as well. If you're using image recognition, do we have, Vincent, do you have places where the image or facial recognition is being used in Malawi? Do you know of anything? Okay, all right. Sound analysis, that's another example. Text analysis, I've just given that example. Then we need to come up with tools that can actually play with that data. And then another challenge as well, because a message by its very nature is contextual. One of the things or the future of the web is what's called the semantic web. This is a web that will not need context to make. But when you're dealing with big data now, and you're looking at veracity, you're looking at meaning, which is embedded in whatever is being said, and that can be a challenge as well. Another thing to point out is the different level of data quality as well, of both structured data and unstructured data. If you're dealing with speech analysis, it can be fuzzy, for example. To the point where even if you deploy your machine learning algorithms, if you try to classify it, the algorithms will struggle because the data at some point like in this case, like in this room, I'm talking here. I'm not used to talking on using a microphone, so it's a bit like if she's how we as a country we are just not capturing. We just don't have the means to capture the data. How many cars are on the road? How many cars are passing through John Chilembwe Highway via Capitol Hill on a daily basis? How many accidents are happening per day? What other features can we connect to those accidents that are happening? What insights can be gained from that? I've given an example of social media using Facebook and Twitter. Our footprint on social media is not as the impact is it's just not as compared to other countries. We're just not our impact is so. Our footprint is so low that to gather insights from there, we can gather some insights, but not when you're talking about big data. Other examples or other channels, mobile data, I give that example, using telcos, machine-to-machine systems, using GPS logs and all that. Structured data, records in databases, telcos, use telcos as an example. Stock exchange data, for example. There's a very nice column which comes out in every Wednesday in Daytimes. There's a guy who analyzes the stock market in Malawi. Very good analysis. But if you don't buy if you don't buy the Daytimes every Wednesday, chances are you miss that. Now, if we could find a way of having that analysis somewhere where it's always accessible, that would be a good starting point. Stock exchange data, you see notices in the newspaper. And I think that's about it. Maybe notices on their website, but I think that's about it. Unstructured data, free text, video, and sounds. We don't really produce most of these things, to be honest. Now, my brief was to talk about to look at the potential of big data in Malawi. I know I sound a little negative, but in data science, if you're not capturing data, you can't even start, because what are you doing? You can't even start if the data is not being captured, because data science or big data or machine learning, it's all about patterns. And for you to see patterns in data, you need to collect the data in the first place. Potential for Malawi. Okay, we need, first and foremost, we need a way to interlink the key players in the industries. Telcos, e-commerce, retail, energy, and ESCOM and all that, banks, content producers, IT personnel. I see quite a few in there. I see quite a lot in the room. Medical, the data that is being generated at, say, KCH, ambulances that are coming in every day. Who's tracking that data? From which locations? We need to find a way of connecting all these things, all these industries. So maybe then we can actually start talking about the potential of big data. I think this is our biggest challenge as a country. The question becomes, how do we as what role does ICT play in trying to connect all these industries? So maybe Bram, that should be on the agenda. Like what needs to be done for all these industries to be connected? Because only then can we start talking about having enough data to start analyzing and getting some insights. My last slide, I was given 30 minutes, but I'll do it in about 22, maybe 22 minutes. I just want to emphasize, big data sounds cool when you throw it around, but like I said earlier, the UK government, a very advanced government, they lost 5 billion British pounds in trying to innovate using big data. It sounds nice. It's a bit like tech. Tech sounds nice when you throw it out there. Oh, what are you doing? I'm doing tech. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. But these things, you need not only do you need the skills, but you need different players across the whole spectrum need to be talking to each other. Whatever data is being gathered, we need to find ways of interlinking that data, housing it somewhere, making it accessible so that people can throw algorithms in there to come up with newer insights. To be honest with you, in Malawi, we really deal with, we produce large data in Malawi, the middle bit there. We produce large data, we deal with small data. We are competing with small data, we produce large data. We're not really at the big data stage. But this diagram just breaks it down nicely. What is small data? How does it look like? What are the characteristics? What are the tools that are used to do that? And what are some of the methods that are used to analyze that? Under small data, you've got sales records, something we're familiar with a lot of companies. Some of the tools, you're looking at Excel. Those of you who use R as a language can be used as well. And other, SAS and other tools. Those can be used to compute with small data. Large data, which is what we are producing today in Malawi, databases, data warehousing, and all of that. We need to get to big data where we bytes. But before we get to that point, we need to find a way. I cannot emphasize this enough. We need to find a way of actually capturing the data whether to classify or whether to, I don't know, just to come up with new insights around the data. So yes, let's talk about big data in Malawi, but before we do that, let's find a way, as ICT players, let's find a way to link all the industries that are involved that will take us to a place where we can actually talk about, we sit down and talk about big data, using tools like MapReduce, which was developed by Google, Hadoop, and other things. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, big data is a very big topic and an interesting one for that matter. So we would like to go into the panel discussion. And this panel discussion will focus on the presentation, but also I think expand on the government initiatives as well as the industry on the subject of big data. There's a lot of data, as the presenter Moti has alluded to. There's a lot of data being collected. As we're sitting here, people are making phone calls, people are sending money, whether in dark web as Dr. Madise said yesterday, we may not know, but this is data being generated each and every second of the day. And I think as much as we would want to focus on how is Malawi faring in terms of broadband connectivity, how is Malawi faring in terms of getting citizens connected, but we did also to change the way we think. Our policymakers make decisions in how they draft the policies. We need to be data-driven. And therefore, I would like to call to the podium the Chief Director from the Department of E-Government, Mr. Besika, to be one of the panelists. But also would like to call from the industry, the CEO for Nico Technologies, Mr. Clarence Gama, to come to the podium. The Minister of Health, Mr. Maganzo Monawe. We know you're collecting a lot of information about patients, about different initiatives that you guys are doing. If you can come to the podium, the people I'm calling your names, come and sit in front. We have about 15 minutes and then 5 minutes for questions from the general, from the audience. And then also, let me invite to the same list Associate Professor MWIGF from the academia. So we have government, we have the industry representation, but also the academia joining us. So you can use this to be passing along. Thank you so much, gentlemen. So we'd like to discuss the issue of big data for development. The presenter has pointed out some of the basics that are required for us to understand the issue of big data and why it is important to government as well as to the industry. But I would like to, first of all, begin with Mr. Besika from the Department of E-Government. From yesterday's presentations and even today, there's been a lot of emphasis going on the topic of restructuring within the government departments, but also efforts to build capacity within the departments, as well as some of the initiatives that the government is undertaking with developing partners to make sure that the infrastructure and the connectivity issues, as well as applications, are smooth running in government, and there's a change towards that. The problem that we have is that our policymakers are basing the decision of drafting policies based on the census data, for example, that is manually collected, which is very good, and it's been working so far, to be able to determine the economic status of the citizens. We have always used the odd ways of collecting data and getting insights from it. But I think from the presenter, we've heard this vast data that is being generated every second from the phone calls, from people sending monies, to be able to determine the movement of money, to be able to determine the buying power of people on how much they are taking their time to be on the phone. I've heard in some instances they're using data like how long was your phone off to determine whether you are connected to the power grid or not, and that is actually data that can be used to determine the issue of connectivity to the grid. Are there deliberate measures as the government chief information officer, the Department of E-Government, toward the issue of big data for development to enable and allow our members of parliament sitting here to make decisions based on this data. Mr. Bisik.
Thank you very much, moderator. Actually, the whole issue of big data. As you all know, government is collecting a lot of information at different collection points. So already there is a lot of small data in different places. Let me start with giving examples. There's information collected at banks, collected at hospitals. There's information collected at insurance institutions. There's information collected at the MNOs. There's information collected at road traffic. There's information collected at the passport issuance. The list can go as long as infinite. Now in Malawi, we are about 18 million, maybe 17.8 million, 18 million. So we have information about 18 million people sitting at different places. If this information was to be at one place, obviously we will already be talking about big data for Malawi. From government, now let me speak as a government CIO. One of the initiatives that we are doing as government is to be able to offer government services to citizens and government services to businesses digitally. So we've got a project that we call the Digital Malawi Project. And as we talk now, as government, we've already built a fiber backbone covering almost 1,600 kilometers from Nsanje to Chitipa and Salima to Nchinchi. This backbone is only to carry infrastructure. We are in the process as government of rebuilding and revamping all government network infrastructure. Basically, we are going to deal with the 10,002 locations that will have to be recabled and rewired and reconfigured to cater with the modern demand. But for us to ensure that all this data is sitting at one place and to qualify for big data, part of our Digital Malawi project is to build a national data center. And we're looking at having our national data center probably by mid of 2020. So all we're going to do is, once we offer this, we're going to address now certain issues that are emanating from having a lot of information sitting at different places in order to improve efficiency of delivery of government services. I'll give you an example. If you went to road traffic today to renew your license, it will take you less than 2 minutes to deal with the examiner. He will have asked you the question and the bill to go and queue at an NBS bank to make a payment. Now, why should we do that today? There's Visa, there's mobile money, there are lots of payment modes. Why shouldn't the motor vehicle examiner just have a point of sale? You deal with him, you swipe, and you get your license, and you go. So that whole process will take you less than a minute or 2 minutes, and you're done. The other example, we have teachers that are teaching in Ishingale or Ntalire. Now, in Ishingale, there's no bank. The district education manager for Jitipa must go to the bank, collect money, salaries for these teachers, and go to deliver them at the Ntalire primary school. In the process, certain things happen. Probably they get robbed, or they steal the money and claim to have been robbed. Why shouldn't the government pay teachers using Airtel money? Because the people in Ntalire have phones and most of them have Airtel money. So why can't we pay straight from our payment system to Airtel money? The list continues. But what is important to note here is, as government, and I said it yesterday, we may not have the capacity to do all that on our own. Now what we have done is we've engaged what we call a PPP model, because we know all these things we're talking about, the private sector is already doing it. We've got Airtel money already, TNM Pump already making payments, we've got the banks introducing Visa. So as government, as part of our Digital Malawi project, what we're planning to do is we're going to introduce what we shall call an enterprise service bus. As the name implies, it will be a bus, or maybe it will be a minibus, where anybody can jump onto it. So what we're going to do is we're going to engage the solution providers, including some of you here, that can provide solutions for us. And we shall give you the parameters to allow you to connect to the enterprise service bus to deliver the service that you want to deliver to the citizens. Mr. President, I've got more to say, but I think I need to give my friends an opportunity. But if need be, I may come back again.
Thank you. You've run away from my question, but still, that is a very good presentation on the initiative that the Department of E-Government is undertaking. I'll turn to Professor Mikeka. You have been involved in a project for disaster preparedness, in mapping some of the disaster-prone areas. You expound more on that project. But I just wanted to understand, as the academia, are you, do you think in the absence of the data protection that we do not have in Malawi, you are somehow restricted to accessing some of the data sets that might help with those kind of research? We understand that studying the people's movement using the cell towers data can also help us to understand whether the movement is done largely during the flood season, and from which areas to which areas are people moving. Is it in search for food? But do you think there is a challenge within the academia because we do not have the data protection laws yet?
Thank you, moderator. Number one, I need to say that there is a benefit or advantage to have a data protection law. Kenya launched one, and because of that, within 1 week, Amazon invested in Kenya. So there is a profit return if you have a data protection act or law in a given country. Answering your question, whether we as academia will have problems in terms of accessing data in the absence of the data protection laws, I would say there are no challenges. We need to have good skills and techniques. Stakeholder engagement, which is strategic and structured, helps us to be able to convene and talk to data sources, different databases, and involve them in the projects and access the data that we need. Regarding the projects that you have referred to, in terms of disaster risk management and related matter, I now want to talk in terms of the big data from my side. Big data, I understand it from sensors, from Internet of Things, IoT. So I'll be talking more on that later. But let me just say that in Malawi, from IoT perspective, There are two scenarios I will share with you. Number one is that the Geological Survey Department has planted sensors across Malawi to collect data at sampled instances of 30 seconds for seismic risk. This leads to issues of earthquakes, tremors, and related matter, and to map what would be the condition in that. So this normally is big data, and it helps us to corroborate issues of disaster in specific areas, Chikwawa, Karonga, and the Chingale areas. Other instance is where you have asked me about correlation between users is not for fixed mobile towers and users, but mobile users in their cars to map traffic congestion. So this is the big data we are collecting with Google. So you can use Google to decide which route in Lilongwe or any other place in Malawi or any other country or location to determine which route is highly congested. What Google is doing now is it is using all the switched on mobiles which are data ready and interacting in your car, and then mapping. So where there is congestion, it will show red line, and that means the traffic is moving at less than 25 Ks. If you see a yellow line, it means that traffic is between 25 Ks per hour to 40 Ks per hour. If you see green, it's at 80 Ks. If you see gray, it's in excess of 80 Ks. In other consultant in this area until undertaking. I know you have also benefited the 6 office. Is working on.
Okay, thanks very much. I think looking at big data, one of the key issues now is how we attain differentiated service delivery. And this is not only for the health sector, but even for other sectors. We want to understand the individual and be able to customize For example, if you are someone who can not adhere to a dosage, we need to understand that from the amount of information that we have. But as you have rightly said, in the absence of Data Protection Act, I think there are issues that we need to deal with. First is the privacy. I think we need a demarcation. And I think that should be protected by the law in terms of how we can dig into the personalized information for each individual. Suffice to say, you mentioned the Kunika project. The focus that we have, and just to agree with you, in health, we are collecting a lot of data. And I think maybe I can go back to the presentation. I think the whole issue why we are looking at the issue of big data is for us to make decisions on how, as a country, we can leverage and we can use the data sources that are available. I think it seems it's a moving target, the word big data, because I think 1 MB was in health. What is how do we process the data that is available in order to support decision making, to bring out insight from that data. So yes, they are hosting their data locally, for example. But we also have many systems that are hosting their data across the borders. When we talk about data protection and issues of privacy, how do we handle that? Because it also affects, when you look at the infrastructure issues like connectivity, if you have to process data to get insight from data that is hosted across, you need a lot of bandwidth. You need so those things need to be defined. And we need to be able to say, this is how our data is hosted. I'm glad the Chief Director has talked about the emphasis that the government is putting on National Data Center. We are looking forward to that, because I think it will also help us to be able to access and analyze large data sets.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to wrap up with Clarence, and then we'll take 4 questions from the audience. You can ask our panelists. Mr. Clarence Gama, you are the Chief Information Officer for a group of companies. Within NICO, we have NBS Bank, we have NICO Technology. You may not share exactly on the finer details, but looking at the different business sectors that NICO has, you also are generating a lot of data, definitely. Your industry experience, I mean, you still have the same challenges in terms of the absence of the data protection and privacy. But how are the business sector, the industry, leveraging the issue of the big data to be able to influence how, for example, how you, as of health, who would be interested, your customers are on life policy versus the census, to be able to draw a conclusion to say, I think in Malawi, when we say there's 2% insurance penetration, from NICO. So maybe your experience from the industry and the challenges in terms of data sharing with other stakeholders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I just need to say the presentation from Mr. Maybe we don't know as much as we think we know. So I think in my response, yes, the absence of the act paralyzes us as to how much we can do with the data that we can collect. And I'm saying we can collect because even the collecting of the data, especially in an industry like ours, NICO is primarily a financial institution group. Want to one day find out that your account numbers are somewhere in another related company, for example. So my experience has been that, one, if we are going to be able to collect the data for our customers across the group, then there's need for consent, obviously. But that consent only allows a specific company to collect data for their specific customers. You understand what I mean? We still have to take only the pension data to the pension business, the banking data to the banking business. So my experience has been to be more innovative as to how data can be collected. Secondly, as for challenges, again, I think the key challenge is the Malawi and specific EU GDPR, then we are limited as to what we can do with that data. Perhaps way forward, what can we do? I think the Chief Director has already preempted. It's all about consolidation. He's collecting health data. He's collecting geo data. I'm collecting data on, finance sector. But if I have my data sitting only with me, and everyone has their data sitting only with them, then all we have are big silos of large data. We would actually never data. So we will highly depend on the government CIO here to find a way where we can actually start bringing data together. I think the key challenge we will have as a nation is that no matter how much data we are going to collect, perhaps bringing it together is going to be a very challenging aspect. It will be like, not to pick on Macra, but it will be like everybody digging their own fiber story that we discussed yesterday. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll take 4 questions or comments. There's a first hand from Mr. Kapale. Someone help us with the microphone, please. So there's Mr. Kapale. We're for women and gender empowerment and inclusion. Women, please, we want you to participate as well. So, Mr. Kapale. The role what? Yes, I apologize for that. I really apologize on behalf of women. Mr. Kapale, and then was that a hand, Beatrice? Okay. So there's another hand at the back. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, should I start? I should offer my gratitude to the four gentlemen seated in front there, discussing a very important topic this morning, which has attracted my big attention. The issues of big data are very special in this day and era. As you know, big data has a great asset for many organizations, and it promises improved operations, new business opportunities, as Mr. Bisika has elaborated. The creation of then I am hesitant to jump into there when there is an absence of data protection law in the country. In 2018, at the Innovation Africa Digital Summit in Ethiopia, the then Nicholas Tausi promised the world that data protection law is imminent in Malawi. Where are we? This is 2019, December. We are getting into 2020. 2 years down the line, the world heard us that we are introducing data protection law. 2 years down the line, where are we?
Hello, gratitude to all the panelists. But my question is going to Dr. Kega on IoT. My question is, as you are aware that IoT involves much of internet and data. So my question is, how
thank you. My question is on the fact that although we don't have big in Malawi, but I think the CIO of Nico Technologies, I think to me hit the nail on the head when he said that we seem to be all operating in silos, so we're keeping the data to ourselves. So whenever I go, if this information was shared, I know we don't have a law yet, but if this information was shared, should that make life easier? And then we also seem to have a parallel structure, for example, with the national registration. Should that be tied to marriages, for example, so that if a person dies, you just say, this was their dead, and then you take them out of the system? Or
a wonderful presentation from the panelists. I think my question also is in line with what Matisse has asked. However, I wanted to check how prepared are we in terms of interoperability, because I think as far as big data is concerned, one of the challenges we're having currently is most of the platforms that we have that are being used independently are not yet able to integrate. So I don't know in terms of interoperability, However, you will find that there's a lot of APIs which have also to be considered. I don't know at what extent are these companies able to allow other applications connect to these APIs, because in as far as business is concerned, you'd find that most of the private sector companies will not allow other systems to connect to their platforms because it's a business model to them. So we may be discussing interoperability, talking about connectivity and the integrations, but for other organizations to connect to the various platforms which are there.
Thank you very much. Most of the questions I wanted to ask have already been asked. To add on to that, my one point was in the presentation, the presenter mentioned how big data is difficult to exploit because it's unstructured, and that because in Malawi we're not dealing with big data but large data, that's something that can't even be put on the table yet. But my point is, in other parts of the world, we are seeing that the manipulation or taking advantage of big data is being done primarily through the monetization of the storage of data. And we have seen it become a billion-dollar industry with, with companies like Google and Amazon that started off doing something else, and particularly with the example of Amazon, that it's become their major source of income now. That is what drives their income. So are we also considering the monetization of the storage of data, which is where a larger aspect of the business of big data lies?
Thank you. Mine is not necessarily a question, but maybe just I'll just allude to what Dr. Adise raised on the need for interoperability between systems. Okay, like I work for road traffic. Okay, we have a very big challenge, or demand, I should say. We have got a number of systems that would like to mine data from us. Okay, so unfortunately, the challenge we have is that the systems that are running now do not have the APIs. Okay, they are not open. So as such, we go back to the drawing table to do the redesigning and all sorts of things, and then along the way we also meet some legal issues. Okay, where people are not willing to share data, okay, just because maybe there's no legal tool in place that should act as a guide. Okay, so maybe my plea is that through e-government, if we can maybe advocate for development of systems that are interoperable, that can allow them to share data with convenience. On the other note, I also just wanted to mention that currently we have a challenge, like I think this is not just at road traffic, but maybe in other departments as well. We find that identification of people, okay? How do we identify that I am Nathan Piri? Find that as road traffic, we don't have the capability to identify individuals. That one is a mandate of different organizations. This could be the National Registration Bureau. But the time we were coming up with our system, the bureau was not automated. Okay, just got automated I think 2 years ago. So right now we have a challenge now of how we can merge the two databases. Okay, so maybe just as a wake-up call that in future, when we are creating applications, we need to factor in those issues. Thank you.
I'm glad that we are talking about big data at this time. I think a discussion start is where we should be. But I have two questions. The first question is the data center. What model will be used for the design and the implementation of the data center? Is it a carrier neutral run data center, or is it national government-run data center? Because if it's just government-run, does that mean the private sector will be allowed to host their servers there? Is their data going to be there? And how are we going to trust the government to run that data center if the private sector data is there? The second question is, I think it arises to the monetization of the data by international organizations. How and what is the government doing? Has it already started talking with these international organizations like Google on how citizens' data? Those are my two questions.
Okay, maybe we can take those, and then, so I don't know who will start. Okay, I see the director is also raising his hand, so maybe you can go, and then Professor Mikeke can come second.
Thank you, moderator. I know you're trying to throw me under the bus, and that's why earlier on I tried to directly respond to the issue about the Data Protection Act. The simple reason I was trying to dodge it was I'm in technical, and the Data Protection Act is a legal thing, and I can only influence certain things on how fast the act can be, the bill can be made into a law. But maybe just to explain, first of all, there is a need for people to understand what will constitute the Data Act. From a technical perspective, in the Data Act, the issues to be considered are, the first thing is, who has access to which information? The second thing is, what do they do with that information once they get hold of it? The third thing that we need to do now, this is now on the technical bit, and this is where we've spoken much on interoperability. What is the status of preparation for interoperability? And the first thing is, for us to be able to know who has access to information, what they're doing it, there must be now the issue of identity. And we have a challenge here because of multiple identities. At the Road Traffic Commission, they have got a traffic card, which is an identity. I cannot renew a license without a traffic card. When I go to register to vote, I need a national ID, and also I need a voter registration certificate. So all these things must first be addressed. Now, at the level that we are, where I am participating in, is the issue of stakeholder consultations to ensure that all other things that affect the Data Protection Act are brought and laid on the table for all stakeholders and all players to understand them and to be able to make an informed contribution. At the moment, there is not even any clear documentation that needs to be submitted to justice, then to parliament for deliberation to make that into a law. But there are activities that are doing, like from my side, on the Digital Malawi, we've already got an activity for Data Protection Act. But in terms of when it will be ready and at what point in time, I think there are other people that may want to talk about that. Let me stop there for the, but maybe there was also another issue that was, that I may want to take on. The issue about people having to provide the same information several times depending on where they are. I think we should understand that in Malawi, we had issue of connectivity. Because for this data that we're collecting to be available everywhere, there have to be connectivity, and very reliable connectivity. And that's why earlier on I said, as government, we have first of all tried to build a national fiber backbone to allow for the connectivity of systems and machines within the country. Thanks.
Thank you. I had three questions. The first one, was quoting my presentation, and I like to say that I've not made a presentation as yet. However, to answer on that, IoT, security, and the energy, I'll talk about this in my presentation when I make it. It is a strict requirement that when you are designing security features or protocol for IoT devices, the bit length cannot be 1024 bits, for example, which is standard in other devices. So I have a PhD student who is working on a 160 bit length key for IoT devices, which is the same efficient and veracity to the 1024 bits. So that's a different matter. IoT related to transport. This is another DRTSS, the Department of Road Traffic, or other. They have told us, and I'll share the results. Then secondly, answering issues of sharing databases. Last week, myself, Road Traffic, and Roads Authority, but also other academia, were in Addis Ababa. There I that most of the acts, policies, and strategies in African member states or countries require a digital injection. They were framed without thought of digital economy or green economy in thought. And therefore we need to review them and revise. For example, I will give you a simple example. Most of the policies, they would say we shall have a database, but there's no provision that that database shall be able to share with another database. We had a big problem in the university system, higher education, between the Manable database and the National Council for Higher Education database. We needed to share this, to peer in between and share data, but that is not provided for in the mandate and the policies that they have or the acts. So perhaps we need to review our acts, policies, and strategies to make sure that they are digital ready, and this also prepares us for the fourth industrial revolution. Lastly, I would like to comment that IoT, mostly the data rates are very low, 250 kbps, 25 kbps, but when I make a presentation, I'll focus on low power, low cost option, and long range, like 380 Ks. So this is where the merit is, not the data rates or the speeds, but the other aspect. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Okay, thank you, Chair. I wanted to contribute to two issues. The first one is on the sharing of the data. I think it is very good that our systems should talk to each other and that be able to share data. But there are also unintended consequences for sharing, for linking data in that way, which is not a deterrent. But as we are talking about the Act, the legislation, as we are talking about the infrastructure, we should also add there the issue of capacity in terms of cyber security. I think with the discussions, with where we are going, it means investment and visibility in terms of skills for cyber security. There are examples, maybe some of us are aware. There are other countries who started doing this, like South Korea. The data there is very much, yeah, but later they to access all the other, someone is wherever you moved, Yeah, so I think we need to invest in the human capacity that will be able to manage and invest in these systems. The second area, I wanted to also in the same issue of sharing of data between systems. I am aware that the Ministry of ICT is working on the enterprise architecture, and the part of that is looking at the interoperability. Now, whilst we are doing this, I wanted to share that we have examples locally and the government. In the ministry we are coming from, we have more than 30 applications. These are systems that different departments and partners are working with the government in order to provide the health service delivery. And as of maybe 2 years ago, the ministry had pressure for all these systems to be able to connect to one of our central systems. We call it DHIS2, but it holds aggregate data for most of the services that we provide. Based on that, we said we will not allow you to do peer-to-peer connection because you cannot allow 30 systems to do peer-to-peer connection with a single system. So that gave us an idea to start working on interoperability. So for 2 years, we have worked on the interoperability architecture, and we finalized that. And
to try to marry with our data. So just thinking quick, I'm saying, fine, we are talking about how we can connect and consolidate this data. But what happened to crawl, walk, and then run? Let's extract samples. Let's put them in a central database, and let's analyze which data is matching. And then let's agree on a weekly data sharing, for example. I mean, we are not in petabytes yet, right? So the solutions are out there, and listening to everyone around the room, we're thinking big, well, instead of thinking large for now. But I think that the solution will eventually start with identifying a few critical systems. I think DRTSS has already mentioned something about wanting to, to integrate their data with other players. Someone asked about NRB. NRB are already in the picture. Let's start somewhere as far as sharing of data is concerned. And it doesn't necessarily mean a year from now we should sit here again and talk about the progress of the projects which are going to lead into us, connecting to share data. So I think that's something that we can chew upon to say, are we saying, I mean, there's so many projects, yes, that we're doing, but are we really at zero? Can we not start somewhere by sharing data, analyzing it, and putting it in a central database and see who needs access? The Reserve Bank is doing that for the pension companies right now. They are collecting data to put it together so that we have one central national pension database. So I think that's food for thought, because otherwise I have a feeling that next year we'll sit here and talk about the progress of the projects to bring all these systems together. The second point on monetization of data centers, or perhaps monetization of, I think it was monetization of data centers, right? Like Amazon is doing. I think that's a big deal. First, if government is going to invest in a data center, it's not going to be cheap. We're talking about a tier 3 data center, and from what I've gathered, I don't know if we have any in Malawi, or maybe one, but I don't think we have a tier 3 data center in Malawi. So the funds are not going to be small. I hope it will be equipped with big systems as well, with high capacity storage. perhaps that's where we could start to say, I don't necessarily, as a small business owner, have to keep my data in my laptop, which when the laptop is lost, the data gets lost. Or perhaps companies which have restrictions or regulated around hosting data outside through cloud, they can go into this government. So perhaps, Mr. Chief Director, that's something you could look at to say some part of the return on this investment could be privatizing a part of that data center and see how the public or private institutions can come in and rent some space there, and then we get some proceeds to the government. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to come back again because there are two last questions which I did not take at the first time because they were the last ones. The first question of the two is the one where you are asking who will own the national data center. Before I give the exact answer, in my previous statements I've said, as a government, we are embracing a private-public partnership model. So in anything that we're doing, it's a private-public partnership. And that's why you saw yesterday the PPC Commission was here, and they were answering more of questions directed to us. So the data center will be owned by government. The management of it will be done by government. The private sector will be allowed to participate, whether by bringing their own equipment or by bringing technology into the national data center. The second one was what is government doing about Google, Facebook, Amazon. Okay, we have not yet been in contact with Amazon, but with Google and Facebook, we have been in contact with them. Actually, they are the ones who came to contact us. And our discussion was based on two facts. The first is, obviously, Facebook and Google, they're making some revenue from Malawi. And when they make that money, do they put back some money into projects in Malawi? And we did agree with them that they are going to be putting back some of their profits into Malawi on projects related to social, because if you know Facebook and all these things, they have got social connotations. So they are going to get involved in social project, environment project, and ICT project. Actually, already Facebook is sponsoring some scholarships for some Malawians. So I think that's where we are with Google and Facebook. Thanks.
Thank you so much, our panelists, for the wonderful inputs and insights. We hope, as I think pointed out by Mr. Gama, that come next year, this issue, it will be a step forward. We'll talk about the progress that has been made so far at the country level. But otherwise, I would like to thank you so much for taking your time and helping us with this conversation. A round of applause to our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. You can take your seats. I would like to suggest, the program says we still go on with a presentation from Mr. Sugasuga, but I would want to suggest if we can quickly grab a cup of coffee and then come back to our seats and continue with the conversation. Can we multitask? Is that possible? So if we can quickly go grab our cup of coffee in the next room and then come back, we continue with the digital payment, the case of mobile money in Malawi presentation. Thank you so much.
case of mobile money in Malawi. This is if you talk about mobile money, I think it affects all of us on each and every day in our daily life. So, Mr. Sukasuka, you have the floor. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chris Sukasuka. I'm the country head of mobile money, that's Airtel Money at Airtel. I am a marketer by profession. So when I got this invitation to come and attend this forum, my first reaction was to call the president to say, have you directed this invitation to the right person? Because I was looking at the Internet Governance Forum and inviting me a marketer to this forum. My initial thought was that maybe our IT director would be the right person to come. But then when I looked at the program, I saw that no, we are going to discuss digital payments at this forum. So I said, okay, fine. This is the right forum for me. So to that end, a big thank you to the organizers for considering us, that is Airtel, to be a part of this presentation. In terms of background of my presentation, we are basically looking at what Malawi economy is all about. From the start, 85% of our economy is basically agriculture based. And most Malawians basically live below the poverty line. And then according to the FinScope survey, 51% of the population are basically not financially included. And out of these, only 19% have formal bank accounts. And the survey also reveals that about 51% of the population owns cell phones. That's why now in 2012, telcos decided to come with a product or service that would cater and cover that gap. From 2012 to 2019, the success story so far that has been achieved in this space is that in terms of accounts, that's the number of accounts we have on the mobile money space. We have 7.1 million customers. By all standards, if you were to compare with what the banks have, if you were to combine all the banks in Malawi, you find that their total customer base is actually less than 1 million. So this number talks of the opportunities that are there when we come to talk this issue of digitizing payments. These customers normally access the financial services through what we call agents. In terms of agents base, this is combined between ourselves and the TNM. We have 50,000 agents across the country. This also gives us a picture to say how far we can be able to reach out to the masses in Malawi. We are not satisfied with the 50,000. This number is still growing. I'm so sure in the next few months it would hit 100 or plus. Likewise, if we are to compare with the banks, if you compare all the bank branches, including the ATMs in Malawi, I think they have less than 300 touch points. So we're talking of 50,000 touch points where Malawians can actually access financial services. In terms of transactions, we are moving around 78 million transactions. This is according to the NPS quarterly report of July to September 2019. You can actually check more interesting statistics on that one. And we are moving about 592 billion in terms of value, which is, short. In terms of success story, these are the key drivers of mobile money. First and foremost, we need a reliable network. We need an agent footprint, as I've already indicated in my first presentation. Then we need a platform that is capable of handling the transactions. It was very interesting to hear of the big bundle, the data, this and that, which of course it's in support of the same. Then we also need strategic partnerships, because on our own we can't achieve this. This is where now we call upon the corporate world, NGOs, government to come and support us. We also need a dedicated SPU for both Airtel and TNM. If you go, you find that they have dedicated departments just for mobile money. And then we also need a clear go-to-market strategy. In terms of the existing services, we have several services. The first one is the money transfer there, which is basically they send money and receive money, you deposit and withdraw. And then we have the bank to wallet or wallet to bank. You can also do the bank statement or check your balances. You can do bill payments, salary payments, back payments, cash collections, and the merchant payments. I just want to spend a little more time on this one, because this, I think, is what can really help us when we talk of digitizing payments. Just as the director had indicated earlier on, if only government, for instance, would just make a decision today to say all the civil servants should be receiving their salaries through mobile money, the landscape can completely be changed in just overnight. He gave a good example of the entirely teacher somewhere there who basically has to travel long distance in search of banking services. But with mobile money, that can actually be taken care of. This should not only go to government per se, but we are talking of all the industry players. We also have cash collection solution. This one basically targeting those that collect a lot of cash, as may be indicated, like the Road Traffic Directorate, MRIA. We have microfinance institutions. If you were to check with the microfinance institutions, they collect huge volumes of cash from remote areas. But this they do manually. But what we are saying, as MNOs, we have a solution for that. This can be easily done digitally. If we were to achieve that, be assured, these cases of staged armed robberies could be a thing of the past. And then bill payments. I always laugh when I drive around and see maybe some of us even in this room queuing at this Magetse house, very long queue trying to buy or pay for our electricity bills. I'm like, why? You have a mobile wallet. Why can't you do that transaction on your mobile wallet? You know, it affects a lot of your operations in a day. I don't see why we should still, at this age, be queuing to make a bill payment. That should be a thing of the past. In terms of salary payments, in this era, we still have people receiving their salaries in envelopes. You are like, where are we going as a country? We have solutions to this. This should start even with our domestic workers. How many of us pay our domestic workers using cash? You see, the thing is, if you pay your domestic worker even using mobile money, there are lots of benefits. One, if he wants to send pocket money to his child who is in school somewhere, she will easily do it from her wallet. If she wants to do the same for the parents at home, she can also do it likewise. So what we are saying is, opportunity to digitize payments in Malawi is there, and we have the solutions. All what we need to do is to collaborate. We just looked at some of the solutions that we have. We have solutions for smallholder farmers, agro-dealers, for government, cooperatives, literally every sector of the market. We have a solution that is going to suit them. In terms of opportunities, this is not conclusive, but one of the opportunities we see is the high cash-based transactions. As I've already said, we are moving a lot of volumes of cash around the country, but all that can be digitized. Unbanked population, we only talk of 19% that have bank access, meaning the whole other 81% or so don't have that privilege. So that is a very big opportunity as well for us to basically digitize the payments. Existence of MFIs. We have lots of microfinance institutions in Malawi. Just as I mentioned earlier on, all these are moving hard cash from one destination to another destination. That also is a big opportunity for us to digitize these payments. In terms of challenges, yes, we've seen there's low level of education and high level of financial literacy. The education part I may not elaborate a lot, but maybe a bit on the financial literacy. You know, this issue of financial literacy is a very interesting thing. It's a very interesting subject in that sometimes we think somebody who has been to school is financially literate, but that's not true. We still have a lot of people who've been to school, all right, but they are financially illiterate. So this is another area that we need to look at. In terms of infrastructure, yes, we still have challenges with power and the load networks. I'm sure the government is looking into it, and I'm sure they are looking into it. Yeah, okay. So maybe this is an area that maybe the government is already looking at. And then liquidity challenges. As mentioned, we normally provide our services through our agents. We've experienced in some areas where liquidity is a problem. Liquidity, that is to say, when you go, maybe you may not find the desired cash that you want to cash out at that particular agent. But this is something which we are also working on. The other area is the KYC and the AML expected requirements. Yes, we know the government has introduced the national ID, which I think they've covered maybe a majority of Malawians, but day in, day out, we still receive a lot of people coming into our offices requesting to be registered on Airtel Money, but they don't have the national ID. So maybe this is also an area that we need to look at, to say not everybody has a national ID. What other documents can we use to accept for registration? And then there's also the low-level penetration of handsets. This is another challenge that we are facing. Ordinarily, for a local Malawians, I think the handsets that are available in Malawi, they are a bit more expensive for an ordinary Malawian. So maybe what we need to do as the key stakeholders is to look at what other opportunities are there so that at least we can bring in affordable handsets. Because the cheapest now, I think, is about 10,000. But if you talk of that 10,000 to a local, a poor Malawian out there in the village, he may consider that to be on a high side. Maybe if the prices can come down, that can also help. In terms of way forward, what we are proposing is enhanced collaboration and partnerships with all the key stakeholders, most of whom are in here. We are also appealing to government to continue creating this enabling environment and enact policies that can actually be conducive to the digital financial inclusion, which I know already government is doing. Get me right, I'm not saying we are asking for it, but we are just asking them to continue, because this is something which they are already doing. Then the other thing is that all interested stakeholders need to come and indeed support in the intensive financial literacy programs in Malawi. Just as I had indicated earlier on to say, yes, the issue of financial literacy is a big issue. So this requires collaborative efforts. In terms of ourselves, what we are trying to do is to help and promote this financial inclusion. We are actually given the franchisee license to almost 1,000 Malawians to open branches like these ones. These are access points where the ordinary Malawians can actually access mobile money services. And we are covering every trading center in Malawi. Any center that we may call a trading center in Malawi is going to have several of these. On top of these, we also have kiosks. I'm so sure most of you have seen the kiosks in town. Those we are not only planting in town, but we are also doing them in the rural areas. But these on their own, without collaboration and partnerships, will not help us achieve what we want to achieve. Some of the partners that we are already working with, the list is not conclusive, it's not exhaustive. We just sampled a few. These are some of the organizations that we are working with currently. Otherwise, thank you very much, unless there are questions.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. We'll go into the presentation from Beatrice on Malawi e-lancing project.
No, you're supposed to give me a presentation. No, no.
Good afternoon. My name is Beatrice. I'm the ICT Partnership Analyst for Digital Malawi Project, which is under PEC. I'll be talking about e-lancing, but before I do that, I would like to take you through the subcomponent under which e-lancing falls. So e-lancing is falling under, sorry, I didn't put this in the presentation, so I just e-lancing falls under the 1.3 subcomponent of digital ecosystem, which is the digital skills development and innovations. So this component has three parts. It has the digital skills, the innovations, and mass literacy. So the aim of this component is to raise the level of basic digital literacy in Malawi through providing digital skills training, providing grants to tech hubs, and also supporting digital entrepreneurships. This is to encourage growth of the digital economy in the country, as well as help launch new digital startups, new investment opportunities for leading tech IT firms, Also, we'll be conducting a national digital skills assessment and strategy for the country. We'll also help support innovation or tech hubs through competitive grant awards. Most of these programs will be unveiled early next year. We'll also support tech hubs in terms of connectivity. I think from the little assessment that we did, we found out that most of these tech hubs have problems when it comes to connectivity. It's either they do not have connectivity, or the connectivity that they have is maybe from Airtel, which is actually limited. So the project will try to come in this. But the connectivity part of it will fall mainly under the digital connectivity component, which was also already tackled yesterday. This is also to emphasize on digital inclusion, targeting youth and disconnected populations. So some of the activities that we have lined up, the e-lancing, which I'll talk about in a minute, digital skills training. We are currently trying to find a place to actually conduct the digital skills, which we are going to turn into a digital skills training center under the e-government of Malawi. And then we're also having a hackathon, which will be done early next year. The hackathon is on the web development, so the aim is to engage all the youth in the country to compete in web development. With this said, let me not waste much of your time. I think, as we have noticed, one of the challenges in the country is employment. Unemployment levels in the country are very high. Most of the times we tend to blame maybe the employers that they're not employing people, but we don't even know the problems that those employers are going through. Maybe if I would like to ask one person from the audience to tell us some of the challenges that, as an employer, you would face to employ people, especially the youth. Can I just have someone to just volunteer and say something about? Someone? Anyone? Macra, the University of Malawi, Nico Technologies. The challenges that employers face when it comes to employing people.
I sit on many panels for employment. The
Thank you.
I think from my end, also in relation to what he's saying, is even though the candidate knows their work, or they know very well what they are skilled in, they cannot express themselves. And secondly, most candidates undermine the kind of skill that is required. So just because you did IT, you think you can apply for any IT job. They're looking for a software developer, and you have some hardware background, and then you're just trying apply. So there is no mapping of the specific job requirements versus the qualification and experience that candidates have.
Thank you so much for your comments. I think one of the biggest problems from these comments is confidence. I think even if I were a first interview attendant, I wouldn't have the confidence that I need to actually answer most of the questions from the panels. This is one of the problems that youngsters face when they're going for interviews. And the other challenge would be human resource policies. I mean, most of these companies have the required skilled people already. So employing more people would be a kind of redundancy in the company. So we'll look at an alternative way to find work without going to companies physically to actually find something to do. So we'll go through and then we'll talk about is e-lancing, e-lancing marketplaces, advantages of e-lancing, and adopting to change, and e-lancing in Malawi. What is e-lancing? Basically, e-lancing is work over the internet. Everything from recruitment, job posting, and the like is done over the internet through a marketplace, through a hub which is called a marketplace. So employers will actually go over the marketplace, sign up, post the jobs that they have, and then the employees will go onto the marketplace and then sign up and try to find the required jobs that they need. These marketplaces arrange those jobs into categories. For instance, you have a web developer, you have a software developer, you have a marketer. All these are categorized. So place is more like a physical workplace, only that there is no physical connection, no physical relationship between the employer and the employee. This is made available to everyone as long as you have internet connectivity and you have certain skills that are available on those marketplaces. Some examples of e-lancing marketplaces, we have the Freelancer and Upwork, and I think there's some moved after this slide. So on the Freelancer is the oldest marketplace, and it's the world's biggest outsourcing destination. It's a good place to start for new e-lancers. Well, Upwork is one of the biggest marketplaces. It's a merge of alldesk.com and elance.com. If you were to go to your websites, your browsers right now and try to search for all this, you will be able to find them. We also have TopTop, which is newer in the game and specializes in software development. It takes only top 3% of software development. So this is very restrictive compared to the others. And then we have Fiverr. It's the largest marketplace for small services, as low as 4,000 kwacha. With this one, you wouldn't even need a degree. You wouldn't even need a certificate. But as long as you are able to do something that someone else can do, even if it's just designing a page or something, you'll be able to find something of that kind on Fiverr. Why e-lancing? I think as we looked to the challenges from the participants, we now have an idea of why e-lancing is actually needed. So creating jobs for the youth in the comfort of their homes, mostly for newly graduates. I think newly graduates face bigger challenges when trying to find jobs. creating investment opportunities for entrepreneurs, getting extra income through side hustles. It's not only people that do not have anything to do that can actually freelance, but it's for everyone. Even those who are working, if you need to make some extra money, you can still go freelance. Promoting the use of the internet, I think from the forum, Internet Governance Forum, we are trying to promote the use of the internet, and we are trying to fight some of the challenges that we are facing in the country in terms of the internet. So if you're to promote the use of the internet, this is one of the things that we have to push forward to. And then we also have workforce flexibility. With freelancing, you can work from anywhere and anytime, as long as you meet the targets. Skills diversity, you have people with different skills from all the continent coming together to complete a certain task. It provides opportunities to people excluded from local markets, e.g. ex-convicts. I think I find this in a way discriminating, if I may say, because for someone who has just been released from prison, and then, I mean, they have the right qualifications, they go out looking for jobs and stuff like that. The moment that they hear that this person is an ex-convict, no one would actually want to employ them. So this is actually a better opportunity for such people. It also boosts the country's economy through forex that people get from the salaries. How can companies adapt to this change? Well, I think we have to start with HR policies. We have to loosen them a bit to be able to incorporate freelancers in them. For instance, we should appoint specialized HR managers to take charge of the freelance employees. We should aim for lean staff structure to create for freelancers. For instance, someone who has a car hiring business, they need to employ physical drivers, which is obvious, and maybe they also need to employ a manager and an accountant person. But for the rest of the people, for instance, marketers, those can actually freelance. So we also need to open up these kind of opportunities. We also need to introduce more flexible and adjustable contracts to cater for freelancers, e.g. compensations. I think we just hear, this person is freelancing, therefore the person doesn't need any benefit, but we are wrong. We need to consider this in whatever contract that we to freelancers. We also need to include core freelancers on team buildings to build loyalty and create awareness on companies' value and culture. This is the team building is done once in a year. I don't think inviting an freelancer from wherever it is that they are to come and be part of the company once a year would be a problem. So we also have to incorporate this. We have to develop freelance marketplaces. I think so far the two African countries that I know have freelance marketplaces is Egypt and Nigeria. If we're to come up with freelance marketplaces that are only targeting Malawians, this would be a big achievement for the country. What are the freelance cons or challenges we are currently facing that may limit us to moving forward? Internet availability and cost. I think this has become a song, or we can actually mimic the lyrics in our dreams or in our sleep. I mean, we have been talking about internet challenge for a decade now. If this was to be sorted, I think would be good to go. So from the discussions that have happened in this forum, I'm sure we are all now ready to work together and try to eradicate this challenge. resource availability, e.g. computers, you find that for a recently graduated person or for someone who has a diploma, someone who is staying in the villages is actually limited to accessing these kind of resources, that they may not even be able to go on the internet to try to find the luck. So if to do something about it, I think I'll just talk a bit about what the project is trying to do in these terms. We are trying to partner with different organizations and tech hubs to try to come up with centers that will have computers and internet connectivity equipped. We have so far talked with Macra in partnering with their telecenters, and we have also had a discussion with tech hubs in this matter as well. And then legal bindings is also a problem. I mean, the employer is in one country and employees in a different country. It is very difficult to actually come up with a legal agreement or legal contract for their job. Job security is also one of the challenges. I mean, with e-lance or internet things, one can just decide to end your contract without you even knowing, or without you being warned or something. So this is one of the challenges as well. And then we have no employment benefits, as earlier mentioned, and timely payment challenges. If we within the country face challenges in getting a refund for in a successful payment, that maybe in buying groceries, it takes about 5 days or 1 week to get a refund. What more a payment that is coming from a different country altogether. E-lancing in Malawi. So I think on the schedule it was indicated that it's a project, e-lancing as a project in Malawi, but e-lancing is not a project. E-lancing is one of the activities under Digital Malawi project on 1.3 component. So we'll be conducting an e-lancing workshop early next year that will target about 4 regions of the country: Zomba, Southern region, Northern region, and the Central region. Our target is to train about 400 to 600 people, but we are aiming for higher numbers in so doing. The whole aim is to train them on how to go about on the internet, signing up, and ensuring that whatever marketplace they're signing up to is secure. And we also have to train them on how to go about finding the required jobs in accordance to their skills. I would also like to suggest that employers should adapt and manage the procurement evolutions. This is just an example of one of the marketplaces, Upwork. As you can see, there are different jobs categorized down there. There were web development, mobile development, designing and writing and stuff. So someone who wants to find something, they can easily sign up, bid for that job or activity, and then post it in accordance to their qualifications. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. We will quickly go into another presentation. I know there are some questions follow up from the last 3 presenters. We'll go into the Internet of Things, the presentation from Professor Mikeka. So I'll ask you to come forward and do your presentation, sir. Thank you.
I can bring my laptop now. Yeah. Oh, okay. Good afternoon. I already shared my slides, but he had to transfer from the other machine, so I'll use my laptop. The presentations are available. Anyone interested is possible to have them. So thank you very much. And because of the time constraint, I'll try to stick to 20 minutes. So you'll see I'll be cruising at 120. kph current as well. And during the panel discussion, I mentioned that Google gives us a chance to know the congestion. Right now, you cannot use Kenyatta Drive or Youth Drive because it's hot, it's red. The maximum speed drive right now is 20 km per hour. So this information is available on Google free of charge. Simply say to Google Traffic App, and immediately you have the map for any other place that you are Google Traffic App. We get information from Google, and Google is also getting information from us. Something is happening there. All right. So once again, I would like to start my talk. Will be an intersection between IoT, Internet of Things, and the Malawi digital strategy. But I have added the draft digital transformation agenda for Africa, because I work with African member states as well. The flaw is simple. The problem is, are there IoT traces in the digital strategies for Malawi and Africa? Do we see IoT in these or not? I also gave a brief about myself, my involvement in different portfolios. And then I would dissect the digital strategy, the African strategy, give examples of IoT in Malawi, Africa, and other, and the opportunities in conclusion. Since we are coming from different backgrounds, I have an appetizer, which I call IoT 101, for all of us, just to be on the same page. So the quick. IoT will focus on machine to machine, M to M, or machine to people, or machine to people to machine to people. This kind of configuration, combinatorics, permutations will be allowed. And where a flower can talk to the gardener, I need some water, please water on me. So that would be machine to people. Machine to machine would be a washing machine to a dryer and save energy. So those kind of things. So all the sectors which are here will use. I'll give you the slides so you can study later. Key thing is that we will be dealing with gadgets. Right now in 2013 we had 9.1 billion gadgets which had exceeded the population of humankind. And these gadgets, for them to be identified online, they had to use the GUID because IPv6 is not there. So GUID is Global User Identification. And therefore you can locate a device. In April 2018, the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory was hit by a Raspberry Pi or a Banana Pi, which is an IoT device. Penetrated, 500 MB of data was stolen, 23 files captured. 2 of them had information about Mars, the journey to Mars. This was done by a hacker. In here we have Paul. Where are you, Paul Tereka? Can you stand up? Paul, are you here? Yes, stand up. That guy, don't sit close to him. He does penetrate. He's good at penetration. And therefore, don't sit close to him. He's a hacker, ethical and unethical hacker. I've tested him, examined him. He can go into your systems. This is about that. Gadgets. These gadgets, who can access them? Anyone, anytime, any network, any service, anywhere, anything. And what is the communication? Machine to machine, people to people. People to people is what we already know. MACRA were at pains in the past years to allow, including the operators, to allow people to talk to each other using VoIP, VoIP. This is people to people, you know, with IoT, this will be there, straightforward. And the cost of communication goes low dramatically. And then all the other aspects which are there. Internet of Things has intersectoral, captures all the sectors of development. Transport, energy, business, home, education, agriculture, finance. I'll highlight these with my specific examples, but just for you to know that we have no, Cisco has published that we have no untamed stone or rock. IoT, right now we are 28.7 billion population. And by over 2020 plus, it'll be 50 billion. And IPv6 will allow all my IoT devices in my labs at Chancellor College to have a specific gateway or IP address. Previously, we would request the ICT department give us one gateway and all these mobilize and tunnel through and would be started. But now we can control, or my device can control what's happening directly without seeking proxies or gateways from another. Itself should be a gateway back and forth. You can heal on that device. So IoT critical matter is that they depend on standards. Depend on standards. You cannot talk about IT without knowing what standard it is. And there are many of them. Sigfox and all that. But what I am well experienced in, what I promote, what we are working on is mostly LoLa. LoLa, because the name is more romantic. LoLa. Low power, low cost, long range. LoLa. Kapena vomela. Kameneko. So, pineapple, and then we have NB LTE, narrowband LTE. If you come to my laboratory right now at Chancellor College Physics Department, you will see that we have mounted a 5th generation 5G mobile base station and network. 5G mobile base station and network, it's running. The challenge is that we don't have mobile phones hardware to test that, except for what we know, okay? Most of them, they're 4G stroke LTE. The 5G will allow integration with IoT devices at low rate data rates. We are grateful to Professor Arthur Peter Mutharika's government because the Ministry of ICT sponsored my student who is in 4th year to go to China 3 weeks ago to see what Huawei is doing after realizing that we have already built a 5G when it's few countries in Africa who have done. This young man is Ahmed Touabi. He's too dangerous, 4th year. And he's back and has hacked Huawei as we are talking about right now. MACRA heard about this news. They insisted that they should visit us this week on 19 and 20. But the student is writing exams, so we have allowed them to come in Christmas holiday on 23rd Monday to examine the 5G, which will have a leeway for narrowband IoT integration, which China, South Korea, and all these other are already doing. We are even kubena masimu kadeti tukufuna tipange create Chanko net TNM Airtel Chanko, so it will be Unima poti panopatalandira umwene independence. So Unima, so you have 3 networks. That's the idea if we can succeed in life. IoT merging standards. LoLa, why I chose LoLa pretty much is that beyond 2G, which can go up to 30Ks or 3Ks and other distance-wise, LoLa can hit 380 kilometers and can save power for many years because the device is naturally sleeping for most of the time, sleeping like what you can see. Some of those ones are researchers that I work with. If you sleep more, it will help to send limited messages and all that for long distances. So that's Lola and Sigfox. In Malawi, I said that I will not accept water supply metering infrastructure to be the old-fashioned post-paid systems. I asked Southern Region Water Board to remove all the things from my house and bring in IoT. Right now, I'm glad to tell you that Southern Region Water Board prepaid meters have advanced metering infrastructure, AMI, which is that meter, and in there you see there's a stamp, LOLA 2019. I have that meter. So AMI is the infrastructure IoT is using, and the people with MSC have already been trained and are deploying this in Zomba and several other places. IoT is here for business. That's my house number. Now, myself, in terms of IoT, where have I participated? I am an research associate for Marconi, Guglielmo Marconi Wireless Lab in Italy, in Trieste, where I am funded by UNESCO and the International Telecommunications Unit. In Rwanda, I give lectures and supervision for PhDs and masters in IoT, where we are funded by World Bank in wireless sensor networks, but also embedded computer systems, embedded programming. At University of Malawi, from next year, I will be teaching PhD in IoT. We have PhD in computer science, Senate approved. I will be a facilitator there. Funding is from Norwegian government, no part ethic funding. And the United Nations Economic Commission of Africa, I am a consultant on emerging digital technologies on improved transport system, and I will give you some of the results of this. And here, do we have Nathan Pili? Please stand up. I wrote a one-line request that United Nations should fund key government departments. His department, Department of Road Traffic Systems, he is the principal systems analyst there. That's why he was commenting. I requested with one-line email request for Roads Authority, sit down, to have the CEO or his representative highway design engineers to go to Addis Ababa and cooperate in this. United Nations funded. We requested for other researchers from Polytechnic, they funded. In other words, cooperation and one-line email contact can change things. We can receive huge support and exploit so that at least we should move and be digital in most of the sectors. So that is an example. So you will see the middle lady is Veronica from Roads Authority, mandated to work with United Nations with me as a consultant for Africa. So we're together in Addis Ababa. The other one is Dr. Ignacio Ngoma, civil engineer in transport. And you will see Nathan talking right there, giving comments about what Malawi is doing. Do we have a strategy? The answer is yes. Malawi has a digital government strategy. The question is, does it have holes or weaknesses? Yes or no? My duty, with due diligence from the government, from chief director, I was allowed to punch holes in the digital strategy. This is what technical people do. So, and also to look at the insights from the digital transformation. I'll do it in 2-3 minutes, and then we'll move on because time is not on our side. Malawi Digital Government Strategy, I looked at page 11, 15, 30, and 55 and found out what are the issues. So that's how it looks. Very beautiful. If we had a library, this would be the most borrowed item by a Versant consultant. And it has issues inside. The first thing is that the owners of this document are e-government, the Department of E-Government, but also Minister of ICT, Republic of Malawi. These are the thematic areas. If you look at the thematic areas, they highlight issues of finance and other. They are not clear, but they are there. Finance, procurement, and the management, project management issues. In the strategy, I have found out that there's a proposal that there should be an interministerial committee. My question is it already established? Because it was given a midterm statement. But also technical working groups at each ministry with specific portfolios on what digital issues should be highlighted. Recommendation number 17 said, establish coordination committees for collaboration with private sector, academia, development partners, and common e-government ICT framework. Do we have this? The nodal agency there is the e-government, where our chief is coming from. That's the nodal agency according to the digital strategy. But we need to have this committee. On the budget, section 2.3, the total budget for Malawi Digital Strategy implementation was 1.2 million US dollars. But if you see element which says strengthening of ICT common services, the training and technical assistances which are there, there was no budget. This is a forgotten matter. And yet, this one is linked to the critical matter, which is coming in the next section. There's a statement which the chief director is mentioning repeatedly. Malawi's current talent pool of ICT professionals in government is small and needs more specialization. It's in there, founded in section 4.2, page 15, and has no implementation strategy, no budget, no cost. And I pray that the Malawi Internet Governance Forum should help that this is where the money should go. Yesterday we saw 9.5 million US dollars, 66 million reserve. Let us punch it into the, I'm hearing some hands, I think that's the point. IoT should be harnessed, big data should be there. We have, for example, 2 Malawians studying in Rwanda in IoT, and I will share with you what they are doing, which they are trying to benefit Malawi. They have come, they have not been taken for internship in other place, including PhDs. I have communicated to government. We hope that the government will absorb them, because Rwanda has claimed their lives right now. They are on crossroads. The draft digital transformation agenda or strategy for Africa says that policymakers and regulators need to keep pace with advances in technology, address the new regulatory frontiers, and create the foundation upon which digital transformation can achieve its full potential. Being prepared for digital transformation and emerging technologies such as there is artificial intelligence, AI, Internet of Things, IoT, machine-to-machine, M2M, and 5G is fundamental. Page 6 of 48. I have this document I can share with you, and that is why my laboratory is working on 5G, IoT, and M2M or AI. Our students have won the National Robotics Challenge, which is 4th Industrial Revolution based on AI, last 4 weeks in Malawi. Now, that's all. No more notes. Now we want to see pictures because to look at notes is tiresome. I propose that there are 5 opportunistic applications for IoT in Malawi. Number 1, health. Number 2, finance, transportation, agriculture, and climate change. In transport, I don't know what I should do, but World Bank, after listening to my presentation and a panel talk last week in Addis Ababa at UN headquarters, they wrote me an email quickly. That's it. This is just to test and will be followed by another substantial message. This is from Africa Transport Policy Program. They are keen about what we are doing in Malawi for the whole Africa. Immediately, another one said, that was IoT. Another one from World Bank says that I will be in touch in the coming days on the review we are planning of big data approaches to corridor performance management. Charles Kunaka at World Bank. What should I do? I'm not government. These work with governments. And that's why I've come to tell you that perhaps our government should rise up and connect, because they would like to do this. What are these issues? Africa has huge corridors, and Malawi, I will show you, has not benefited from the corridor design. Deliberately, I'll highlight why. This is Djibouti to Addis corridor, railway corridor. Some are super highway corridor. If you look the whole Africa, these are the super highways which have been created. The whole corridor. Previously we had some for fiber, Malawi was left out. Now we have the super highways and the corridors and smart highways. Malawi has been left out. Mozambique made a bid and went and said, we can't be left out. And they said, okay, we'll connect you and go to Beira. You see, so they have a corridor, but Malawi is left out. What are we losing? It means that our business will not be in the regional integration of digital economy and all that. We will still be paying huge inland landing costs because of lacking of a regional highway passing through the country. So the Ministry of Transport, I have failed to meet the PS Transport to negotiate and say, let us rise and do something about that. But our neighbors, Zambia, Mozambique, Tanzania, are happy with what's going on. My master student, Paul Macheso, has demonstrated to World Bank in Rwanda how to use an unmanned air vehicle, UAV, a drone, okay, to do precision agriculture. And he has come to Malawi. He is looking whether he can find an opportunity with Ministry of Agriculture to do an internship in some field and demonstrate that. Already as an institution, Chancellor College, we requested civil aviation for a license, and the license has been granted. We are happy to civil aviation, remotely piloted aircraft authority to fly. And we have been allowed to fly until March 31, 2020. And this is Captain Gyros, who is a military person, but also working with civil aviation. We are allowed to do this. It means that the Minister of Agriculture, Civil Aviation, MDF, and all these MACRA should be working together to allow this and let technology, innovation, and things flourish. So a license has been granted to do such kind of things. In energy, we know IoT is critical for smart grid and smart energy, advanced metering infrastructure, and all that matter. We have heard last week that Zimbabwe has been stealing energy in the pool with South Africa, critically, because of hacking system into there, and I'll show you how. My PhD student is looking at the hackathon, the hacking aspect of security generation, key generation in smart grid. That's his PhD. And this is the 160-bit key instead of the length 1024 bits, which cannot be accommodated in an IoT device, which has small memory and all these matters. Less energy, so you need a small key to handle all this. But the key must be very efficient to avoid and report the hack issues. So this is one-way traffic of smart grid. We bring in IoT, where we bring in the remote terminal units and the smart meter, the lower ones, which I showed you. We create a two-way system. It becomes an IoT system, and therefore beautiful. But the hackers are there. A hacker will be at the back of generation at Nkula. A hacker will be in transmission. A hacker will be at that point and also on the consumer side. We have to deal with this because this is where the hacking thing will happen, the attacks will happen. Those are the benefits. IoT in climate change and weather. As Malawi, we are very lucky. Many players are interested with us. ITU, International Telecommunications Unit, has declared ICTP, International Center for Theoretical Physics in Italy, to be a center of excellence in IoT and big data and statistics, and huge money has been pumped. And they asked, you know Malawi, you have worked in Malawi, do you think you can do something? Dr. Marco Zenaro wrote to the government. This is the Department of Climate Change and Meteorological Services, DCCMS, Mr. Mtonya. I am asking you, there's a new thing in computer science, electrical engineering, telecommunications about the Internet of Things, big data and statistics. And Dr. Mikeka and myself can work on network planning and on capacity building to make sure the weather stations are installed. In other words, we are proposing less than $500 installation per weather station, as opposed to the high cost license regime weather stations which have no maintenance capacity in our country, and therefore we don't have much big data coming from climate to inform agriculture and all other sectors, including disaster. This is an opportunity. Are we ready? They have not responded yet, but the offer is there. So this is the email. This happened on the 22 October. Okay? This is an offer from elsewhere. So we have so many offers, but we need to wake up. ITU is asking, have you got feedback from there? What is required in simple, which I will request my dear colleague, the Chief Director of e-Government, maybe tomorrow or next week, is that MOU between e-Government and ICTP can be written on several aspects: training, certification, technical assistance in IoT, big data, statistics in priority areas. If this is done, you will see a flow of experts back and forth with funding from different places. They need the government to say it. Kulola, mulola, kapena si mulola. Kani ndimeneyo. IoT in health. In my laboratory, I have changed now what to do. I am studying obstetrics and gynecology. Ndikupunzira obstetrics and gynecology. Ndichidwi with maternal mortality rates. Malawi, we are having 700 deaths per 100,000 because of no IoT or digitization in the delivery and monitoring of pregnancy, or in other words, labor progression. The systems which are there, these systems have limitations. They can only measure the time, the frequency, but not labor progression because of lack of amplitude. Mukapita mmamizi, ningompempa Emile Nzanga wakumakla, tabwera kono, ndikuonese kuti zimveke bwenu. Ningokuonesa zimezochitika mmaklinik mwatu. I have 5 minutes nthawi yanditera. Mundilola chifukwa ndi Mzanga wakumakla. Ukakhala kuti ukuyembekezera kumeneko chimene chikuchitika ngati kulibe iyo tikuti cardiotocograph CTG ndi zinazo oscope. Chimene akumachita manesi atopa ndi zinachitika ukasunga amapanga strike zicha. Angokugwira about basi wewe vita kwa nyumba. Can you sense anything? So the challenge has been the fetal heart rate detection is force. There's a lot of zero forces there. Okay, Pitan. Then angota basi kamwana kataika menemo Pitan. Musataise nthawe. Yet the sensitivity to that. So what I am proposing in my laboratory at Chancellor College, ndokamba za Chancellor College, ndaphunzira obstetrics, ndajambula ndekha ndi manja. Mayi woyembekezerayo chimachitika ndi chani? Anatomy and physiology of that. Tikumayeza kapewa kandikamene kamagunda kameneka. Kamagunda panepo. Pamenepo tikepo IoT. Okay? Koma tikumapanga zimezo avala bere bandi tichite measure radiation yonse magesi akuyenda bwanji, electromagnetic waves and power, exposure levels. So says jatibe ma standards amenewo koma we should be able to do that. Tikatero tikhala ndi gas station survey app ma mobile phone based on IoT, and in the IoT device it will hand over to the gas station app per mobile phone and report to the midwife. Akakwanisa apanga deliver. Akakanika refer to medical officer. Akakanika akapanga deliver, or kanika registrar. Akakanika consultant medical doctor. These things must be able to happen. And then yinayo the home automation I'll skip because of time. And lastly it's about transport. We did a survey kumalawi kuno, 140 respondents. Tinachita target my age once, we have discovered that the huge gap is from 26 to 45 years. And I'll go through all these results, but I simply summarize. Our findings in Malawi are that for IoT use in transport, we need speed alert mechanisms. Number 2, drone enhancement for accident spot localization. Number 3, strategy. Number 4, support to research and academia, drivers and road conditions, and all those kind of things. It's in the slides, so I'll skip all that because of time. Our recommendations to finalize now. scale up the survey in major cities, Blantyre, Zomba, Lilongwe, and Mzuzu. If we can scale up, because this is where smart design should begin in terms of transport, we need an additional $2,000. My problem has been, or my challenge, when I talk to governments, ask them, who shall you trust or listen to? The politician, the prophet, or the scientist? Who do they choose? Huh? The politician. But only at the AU meeting last week, I was told that let us begin to listen to scientists, not the politicians, not the prophets. But someone said both the politician and the scientist. Maybe we can do what you want, but we need that. We need to create specialized technical working groups, TWGs, in order to implement the recommendation number 17, which is in our policy, in our strategy, to establish specialized positions, IoT for health, IoT energy, transport, agriculture, and finance, for example. If we don't do this, there is no way we can move forward. We need to have experts working in this actively as a government with partners. I think that's the end of my presentation, and I'd like to say thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. We will ask you and your students to walk out. We are afraid you will hack us. Maybe we're too late, but I think better safe than sorry. But thank you so much, Professor, for the wonderful presentation. We're going to take a few questions and comments before we break for lunch. We're still amending our program. So we'll take the questions from the last presenters, and then after the set of the questions, we will break for lunch, and then reconvene for the final session, which will have the panel discussion, and then we'll go into the last two presentations on fake news, as well as the digital gap, skills gap assessment. So I'll take the questions. We'll take the set of 6 to begin with, and then we'll let the presenters respond to those, and then we'll take another set of 6.
All right, my questions go to Mr. Sugasuga from Airtel. Yesterday, Dr. Nyirenda spoke on local content. So Susuga was emphasizing on the need of using mobile money networks in transactions such as government transactions and the like. So I know many of us have heard from our various colleagues in Airtel, TNM, that their mobile money servers, I'm not sure if this is true, not hosted which are communists or other countries. We're not sure whether they're stored in Africa or is it Kenya or India. Can we trust that? Especially for government salary payments and other stuff. My second question also to Susuga is the advent of online payment with Airtel Money and integration with services such as Visa and whatnot. Yeah, so that's all I had to ask.
My question goes to Associate Professor Mikeka. Last time we did a pilot project on TV white spaces, and it was successful. But it's like we're not using it anymore. It's really something which we need to do something about it. And also on the 5G stations you're talking about, if we would want to make use of it, how would we go about standardization and all those of electromagnetic effects that are supposed to be certified? And now I can see why you said that you should be in the forum for the broadband strategy. I think you automatically added. Thank you.
It's actually Chris Suka, not Susuka.
Okay. Thank you. My first question goes to Suka from Airtel. You talked about you talked about Airtel's interest in chips in order to provide e-financial services and that kind of thing, which is great. My only concern is where you promote one commercial entity to have a partnership with a huge entity like government in perpetuating a service for which you charge, there are two problems. One problem is you create a monopoly. So unless your company has initiatives that are being put in motion in order for a greater population to benefit, in other words, to financially empower a larger portion of the population so that it no longer becomes a monopoly, but becomes something that empowers the greater part of the population, then we no longer have the issue of the monopoly. Secondly, you mentioned, and also the presenter from PPPC also mentioned, the issue of penetration of ICT in general, which will hear from government side what is, and macro, what initiatives may be there in terms of tackling the issue of penetration. My second question is directed again at the presenter from PPPC and Professor Mikeka, and that is the issue of the skills gap or education in general. Because yes, you did, Professor, mention the fact that there's no budget allocated to training in the digital strategy that is present for government. However, I have not heard, which is concerning to me, which has been my cry, is the use of ICT in general and IoT as a tool in order to close the education gap. Because there are two problems which we have when we look at the problem of education in general, some of which are points that have already been mentioned, but the other aspect is the quality of that education. The internet, which is a vehicle that's the main theme of this meeting here, is a vehicle, is an amazing vehicle that can be used to address this gap in terms of quality as well as availability. But if the cost of the internet and devices that are internet enabled to deliver this education is not addressed, then we'll still be facing these problems. So the cost of the internet as well as innovations in terms of the use of IoT and how to ensure that e-lancing actually is, we are able to translate that on the ground into monetary benefit for the recipients, primarily the youth and women, because if we look at other studies that have been done in other developing countries, it is there that where you empower women and the youth through the use of, in the field of ICT, it results in a positive trajectory in the national GDP. So where is that happening here? Thank you.
I think the last presenter just asked a lot of questions that I had on my behalf. Mine just probably go to Airtel. I think one of the challenges that we're having in terms of escalating the services, whether it's financial services, whether it's mobile money transfers, it has to do with the huge which is attached to these transactions. In as much as we would try to advocate that would want to have everyone on the platforms, but you find the cost of just transacting, sending money and receiving money is also quite high. So I don't know how we can actually assist the person from the Lulu community who would actually be at pains in terms of accessibility. For instance, just to send money from a national bank account to Airtel, it costs you somewhere around 600 kwaja. So imagine someone who is in the village where they would be able to be comfortable to use that kind of services. And in as much as you said you'd want the government to be adopting that kind of platforms, I know because you're coming from a business entity, what probably you're looking at is what is it that is in for Airtel, and what are you going to give back to the beneficiary. And I think my colleague probably looking at awareness, are we willing to let all the platforms we're talking about, and also be looked at even point of view that how much to the in leadness for all the transitions we're talking about here.
I have a comment. It's not a question per se. I think it's concerning that a university should seek the government or MACRA for assistance instead of MACRA and government keeping tabs on the university on the innovations they're coming up with. Because Professor Mikeka shouldn't write emails to say we're doing this, but the government themselves should in advance know what innovations are happening in the universities. Thank you.
I think mine is a question to Chris. I think what does he call you? Susuka. No, I know Chris, so don't worry. I wanted to say this. You said you have got about 7.1 or thereabouts of mobile money users, and I've read this in several publications that actually we have low penetration, and the World Bank says that. And I said no. Do the mathematics. A good percentage of, if we are 18 million, so this usually was when we were 16 million. If we are 16 million, and the people who are in majority are between 0 to 16 years old. So actually the people who have phones in Malawi, who should have phones, are about 7 and 8 to 8 million anyway. In fact, my argument is we have saturation. Not that we have low penetration. And I think it's important that you do just do the mathematics, look at the demographic and health survey that has just been done. And that can help you in innovating. Meaning you need to do something more to get those people onto the mobile money network. The other issue is about the fact that you need to go into the villages and all that. That is well and good. Because apart from the people you are saying, include pensioners, for example, include the chiefs. So we have these opportunities, but like our colleague there has said, it's the charges. This is supposed to be an inclusive initiative. You must get the poor, the financially excluded, onto the financial bandwagon, and then you are milking them. It doesn't make sense. And the other thing maybe you can help me is, who is getting the money? So for example, when I use National Bank, it charges me a whooping 700 kwacha to send money to my own wallet, and yet if I send money to another bank account, it charges me only 200 kwacha per transaction. So I want to find out who is getting the money, or are you sharing the money? I also think you need to rope in merchants. Hoping that people are going to jump, it will not work. You need to rope in merchants and give people an alternative. The other issue is about the Professor Mikeka, the IoT. Good, and what do we have the capacity as a country? Do we have the servers that can contain all this data? What about power? The electricity power?
Yeah.
one of the questions I had for Chris, and especially for Makra as well, I think he has just asked. I have two major questions, directed from Airtel and Makra and the government specifically. The first one is that Airtel and other mobile networks, do you have a platform for small IT startups to ride on your technology? I feel that that's not there, where you need to create merchants, as he said, that they can utilize your technology to reach the masses. The second thing is on internet governance, specifically for mobile internet providers and services provided locally in Malawi. When I have a service, let's say University of Malawi has a service, is providing it to the people. The mobile network provider or internet providers are charging the same rates as services outside. And that goes to Makra. We need, like, if I'm accessing Facebook, I'm being charged, let's say, 100 kwacha per MB. And I'm accessing, let's say, a service from, let's say, Miami Konkoroma. I should get less, because on service providers, they're not incurring any cost. It's the physical infrastructure. And we have the national, is it MIX, which routes the traffics locally, internally. But we're able to, I mean, the cost the users are getting is the same. And that limits a lot of startups in providing low-cost services and get services hosted locally, so that we have our own internal content. And that's my cry, that we need, as Makra government, you need to regulate this, so that we need to have local, low-cost data being shared among services. Thank you.
My question is going to Mr. Sukasuka as well. And this time I want to highlight something on security. I noted from your slides that on the challenges you indicated nothing on security. And yet we have had several scenarios where people are tricked to provide personal information, and their money is stolen from Airtel Money. These are simple attacks, but they are actually growing, which means there is a challenge on awareness. So I would like to find out from Airtel what are they doing to make sure they mitigate this challenge.
It's okay now.
Maybe we can give the presenters to answer. Chris, maybe you'd want to start. Okay.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's really interesting to see that people were indeed listening to the presentation. This I can tell by the so many questions that you've been asked. In terms of responses, the first, let me handle the issue of servers. The observation, as highlighted, is that our servers are kept in India or hosted in India somewhere there. That observation is not true. All our servers are here. That you can also confirm. And then the second one was on the partnerships with online payments. This is also an area that we are exploring, and be assured in the next few months or weeks we'll be announcing partnerships with MasterCard and Visa. This is already in line. Then there's this issue of monopoly. I don't think really we can call it monopoly per se. Because in Malawi so far, there are two mobile, there are two providers for these mobile financial services, which is TNM and Airtel. So when we are requesting government to start using the mobile money services, we are not only requesting on behalf of Airtel or just for Airtel, but it's for all the providers that are there. You may also want to agree with me to say, even when government is using the banks, maybe, I'm not sure, but I don't think they use all the banks for their transactions. Maybe they have specific banks that they are using. So that fear shouldn't be there. In terms of handsets penetration, yes, it's our observation that yes, penetration of handsets is very, very low, especially in the rural areas. This is also something which we are discussing with government to assist us, maybe by way of waiving some of the taxes that in a way also contribute to the high cost of handsets. So our proposal is to say maybe for the low cost handsets, what if we take out whatever taxes are associated with it so that we make these handsets affordable to the rural masses. In terms of high costs of transactions, yes, this has been observed as well. But maybe just to take you back, you may, if you started using the services like in 2012 when we just launched mobile money, you will notice that our transaction costs have been going down almost every year. This is basically based on the economies of scale, because the more customers we interact with, the lower the costs become. So what we are doing is almost every year we revise downwards our costs, and this will continue until we get to the right levels. What you may also want to know is the cost that we normally charge a customer. Not everything comes to Airtel. We have partners in terms of agents. These are the outlets where you normally go to get these services. So those guys also have to be paid, and to make the business at least more attractive to them, we also need to pay them at least some reasonable commissions. So this also contributes to the high costs. For the banking charges in Fundizi, yes, if you are doing a transaction from bank to wallet, the commission charged goes to the bank. Airtel will only charge you when you are doing a transaction from the wallet to the bank. So any bank to wallet transaction, the fee goes to the concerned bank. Then the other one is the issue of merchants. Yes, you know, the Airtel Money ecosystem, for it to be complete, obviously we need to have both customers, agents, and merchants. This is also an initiative that we are driving. Like for now, if you go to Chipiku, you'll be able to pay with mobile money. Likewise, if you go to Sana, you can also pay using mobile money. Just recently, we've also finalized with the City Supermarket, and there are many more that are coming that we are going to finalize, I think, soon. Then there's the last one. You remind me if I've forgotten anything, so the issues of fraud. Yes, maybe I did not directly tackle the issue of fraud in my presentation, but I alluded to it in that I said there's lack of financial literacy in our country. If you observe most of the fraud that is happening, it's basically customer-assisted fraud, where basically these tricksters call the customer and request them to share some information about themselves. Without sharing such information, most of this fraud would not happen. So what we are doing is basically to continue sensitizing the masses to say, please do not share your personal information with anybody who calls you. Because by doing that, you are actually assisting these fraudsters. So this issue of fraud is basically being tackled together with the issue of financial literacy. I think from what I can remember, those are the questions, unless there's... Oh yeah, the small IT companies using Airtel Money. Yes, that platform is available. And I think Mr. President, no, you can ask the President, he is one of the beneficiaries of that. We are open to that. you can even come and we can discuss. Thank you.
Thank you. I had few questions. The first one, I think, on TV white space, television white space technology. I don't know if to do the regulations for this, and the Kapali started it, and right now I'm happy to report that MACLA is almost finalizing the regulations on TV space. They gave a commercial license to C3 as operator for 9 months. The regulations are stuck with the Ministry of Justice for promulgation, and ultimately will proceed for gazetting. And I think this would be, the agenda was to finish by December 2019. After that, to liberalize the market, to allow people to operate, we worked on the regulations. On issues of 5G standards and the frequency and all that, I would like to say that we will discuss with MACLA when they come for on Monday, 23rd. They will advise us, and the part of the advice is to look at the ITU radio standards, but also the Malawi National Band Plan, and we'll work hopefully together to stratify the matter on that. On, I think the other one was on IoT, big data. Where are you going to keep the big data, from Dr. Sunduzwayo Madisi? Right now, IoT infrastructure is mostly using cloud as a service. So we bank on that. IBM and all these, we have reserves. But as was said by Dr. Paulos Nyirenda yesterday, we can have a local cloud or external cloud. France, for example, refused to put anything in the cloud because they believe that's in the US, in Silicon Valley, and they have rejected, including Russia, Iran. Iran had all their motors reversed and stopped by a Raspberry Pi from the US, and therefore they will no longer use IoT in the cloud where the cloud is unknown to them. So perhaps the dimension of having local cloud working on the other side of the mix is another idea, and that one we need big data centers and all that created internally. Power, where will the power come from? That's why I talked about LOLA. LOLA is low power, ultra low power. In fact, in Rwanda, I teach and build ultra low power design IoT devices. And these ultra low power scavenge power from the environment. If you deploy them, they will be powered for eternity, forever, using radio frequency, vibrations and all that, or little battery life and related matter. So the idea is to make sure that they scavenge power from the environment themselves. Yes. Okay, so when the data comes in. Yeah, so the other elements in terms of data processing, that's in the sleep mode, active mode, all that. I would say that the research is ongoing. I can't be preemptive. So research is ongoing, and that answers the third question, capacity. Capacity at the moment in Malawi is inadequate. In Africa is inadequate. We need to do more awareness, more training, and more, fab lab. So that we are proposing fabrication fab lab for these kind of things. Let me stop there. I think the rest were good advice, pieces of advice that we have taken note of, and they would help to improve on the work that we're doing. Panje Halawa talked of awareness. We'll focus on that as well.
On issues of data, local data. If I am accessing local content that is based in Blantyre, why must I pay the same amount of the bundle for accessing WhatsApp, which is in US? So I think that came from Mr. Mai.
I think this question is supposed to be answered by the operators, because this is a commercial issue.
Yes.
Dr. Paulos, maybe before I go to Mr. Maere, do you want to attempt that one? The regulator is throwing back to you to say you are at liberty to actually introduce bundles that are focusing. I think that is also something maybe in your presentation, because you talked about the lack of local content, but maybe there's no deliberate measures put in place to promote the creation of local content. One of which would be to have the bundle for local content much cheaper, so that then everyone can afford to get those bundles and access the content that is hosted locally.
So I think this is outside things like peering, but I think one of the issues is also policy. So there is no policy at the moment driving this. This is where the question is being posed to MACRA. If there was deliberate policy in Malawi for such things, it would happen. At the moment, there is none. So the providers charge whatever they can on a competitive basis. And by the way, Airtel servers are pointing to Kenya in Malawi, so I'm not sure if they are really local.
I think there's a follow-up on the from.
Not necessarily the servers. I think that one, as far as I'm concerned, they are here. But mine was to clarify one point that Dr. Madise highlighted on the numbers. I think what I was presenting was the number of accounts. Those are the people that have mobile money wallets. And the issue that you are referring to is now on the issue of activity. Because normally the World Bank and all these others normally track activity. So when you talk of active customers, that one we are trending around 3.5 million. That's Airtel and the TNM combined. But in terms of account holders, it's 7.5 million as already presented. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Just a collection. Please, Dr. Maele. Yeah.
Dr. Maele, our apologies.
Sorry. Just wanted to emphasize that this forum is mainly for internet governance. I think it's the responsibility of the government and the regulator in order to put in these policies. And Dr. Paulos has rightly said that we need a policy in place. And this policy would move us, like a lot of startup people, forward, that they can host their services locally. And always, I've been interacting with Dr. Paulos for years, and always has emphasized, why are you hosting outside? Why are you going to GoDaddy? Because people don't trust local services. But if they are deliberately policy to promote hosting of services, even in other countries, they even put free provision of local services just to promote, because there's no any infrastructure cost or any data cost for these services. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll speak like Donald Trump to say that, MACRA, wherever you are, if you're listening, this is a very serious issue. But I think I'm saying this because the event is being streamed on the internet. And I was speaking with some of the colleagues from MACRA, and they said they'll follow the conversation online. So I'm sure they are listening. But also this will be captured in our final report as part of the recommendations. It's not the first forum this is being pointed out. We've had similar conversation when we had the ICT for Development in 2016 even. Dr. Paulos, I think you were one of the panelists. We also talked about the local bundles. So I think it's high time we action on that. And the Secretary is taking notes on that. Final? Yes.
All right. I just wanted to remind Mr. Sugasuga, so now with the narrative changed, he can change his answer, and also to add on the issue of content, or maybe backing up ISPs in terms of, let's say, or local hosting and local content being available. In Malawi, we accessed most of the content on the internet freely. That's why internet costs and hosting costs are higher, because there's no proper business model on the internet. While outside, let's say in the USA, the services on the internet, people pay for them, be it music, movies, be it most of the services are paid for. So that's why accessing the internet, hosting is cheaper, infrastructure costs are lower. While here, because a company, imagine a startup decides, let's say a music, let's say these record labels in Malawi, they decide, let's have an online platform where we post our music. They have to pay hosting charges, the domain name, a digital certificate, FTP. They have to pay for all that. Then people are downloading that music freely. In 3 months, you see that the website is offline. There are many startups, even here, many of you have had your websites on the internet for 3 months, off. 3 months, off. 6 months, off. Because you cannot keep up with the costs. So that's the issue in Malawi, where most of us, and in Malawi, we don't have a business model on the internet which helps people successfully do business and get the return out of it. Apart from advertising, the only way people are generating revenue is advertisement on the internet, which, yeah. So that's all I had to say.
The very young and vibrant Mr. Milanzi. We will wrap the session this morning, afternoon. It was. Oh, you have a quick. Oh, sorry. On e-lancing, okay.
I have 2 questions, I think, that were addressed to the Digital Malawi project. One on e-lancing, and then the other one was on skills gap, on the use of ICT and IoT in closing the gap. Well, let me say the use of IoT on its own cannot close the gap if people are not trained or upskilled on how to go about using it. So the project is coming in to train the youth mostly, but targeting a very good percentage of women, about 80% of women in different digital skills. For instance, digital marketing, graphics design, computer programming, which is actually the common now, and a few more. So when we actually try to close all these digital skills gaps in the country, that's when we can now go ahead empowering the youth or the people that we have trained in using IoT. With e-lancing, I think, as I've mentioned, that our target is the youth. But in this case, we're opening e-lancing to everyone in the country for as long as you have the skills. It does not matter how old you are. Even if you're about 50 or 60 years, but if you'd want to actually to come and learn on how to go about registering or signing up for different marketplaces on the internet with the aim to find something, to find a job that is relevant to your skills, you are most welcome to actually register with us when the registration period starts. So our Digital Skills and Innovations program is targeting the youth between 10 to about 27, if not mistaken. We are working closely with different institutions in the country. For instance, MAST, Polytechnic, Zuni, and the tech hubs. The tech hubs, because these are actually the hubs in the country that have well connected with different institutions and schools in Malawi to know where exactly we need to target. So empowerment is for the youth, mostly. Thank you. Hope I've answered your questions.
Doesn't seem satisfied, but So thank you so much. With your permission, I would like to curtail the conversation. We'll break for lunch and reconvene at 2:30. Bon appetit. Thank you so much. Lunch is served next door. Yeah.
Chomola Mikeka. We are supposed to have Mr. Victor Funsani, but he's not here. So I think Associate Professor Mikeka will able to replace him. So let me call these people to come in front, starting with my Associate Professor Mikeka and Sungan. So we've been given 15 minutes. Without wasting much of your time, let me start with Maya Nkoloma from Emosis. Can you briefly share with us what you're doing in the space of IoT pertaining to the industry perspective?
Thank you, Vincent. I am Maya Nkoloma from Emosis. I come from the academia background. But after studying and acquiring some knowledge, I thought of ways how best we could impact the skills and knowledge gained to the country. So we started working with the IoT long time ago, and I was discussing with Chomola to say, do you remember it must have been in 2007? And by then we were calling it wireless sensor networks. But now you see we become clever and clever each day, and we change terminologies. Today we are talking about AI and big data, but you see that all these technologies are a bit connected. Even in IoT, engineers who are here, you remember we had words like telemetry. It's the same approach, but now we are becoming cleverer and cleverer, and the units are becoming more intelligent. And today we are talking about IoT. So as a background, as you know, Malawi is a poor, one of the poorest countries, unfortunately. Although we have seen huge figures here in front, projects being deployed with $99 million US, and I was talking to my friends like, wow, if we can really put this on the ground, we can be the next Rwanda. So, you know, when you talk about IoT to a poor country like Malawi, it might not be as important as it might be more like a accessory, as the country has more immediate needs. The people have immediate needs. They want clothing, good healthy care, education, agriculture, water. So when you talk about technologies like IoT and big data, it might not touch what the country really needs. So for us to be successful, and also for us and for myself to have an opportunity to sit here, there must be some key element, some key ingredient, a blueprint that we follow so that we are seen out there as if we are doing something big. So what we did is we looked at 6 key areas which are crucial for the development of the country, and we branded the word IoT embedded into those key areas. So we looked at 6. One is agriculture, health, energy, education, water, and industrialization. So in such a way, we have big, huge projects in these areas, and for them, they don't see that we are actually doing IoT, but they think that we are doing a certain service through the use of technology to help their needs. So I'll give you some examples that we are doing in the country in the area of IoT. One of it is we are working with the water boards, almost all the water boards in Malawi. So what we normally do is we look at an institution. For example, we say Airtel. What are their problems? And then we analyze their problems, and then we go to there with a solution to say, look here, you are spending 200 million kwacha a month. But with these IoT-based kind of solutions, you are going to be saving, you're going to only be using 2 million. So most of the companies, they jump like, wow, is this serious? So it was the same thing with the water boards. You know, they had their primitive ways of doing their things. We know, we have seen their tanks, they are spread across the country or the city. These concrete tanks, we have seen them. Area 3 has them, in Zomba, many of them, so we understand.
So what these people were doing, like in the morning, they would send people to see what is in the water, how much is the water, and they didn't even have tools, which they use to know how much water is in those tanks, and also the quality. They don't know, are the people drinking real good quality water? What are the pH issues? What chemicals are in the water? Something like that. Maybe the pipe is broken somewhere. How do they know? So in this scenario, we put up systems, we put up some sensors in the tanks, in all the distribution network, and in that way, the operators or the engineers at the water board have access to the infrastructure from their mobile phone, so they can know in real time, like to say people in area 10 are suffering, they don't have water, or maybe a tank or a pipe somewhere it's broken. So those are some of the things which we are doing in the water sector. In energy, we are also working hand in hand with the mini grids. You know that energy production is limited, and there are some mini grids which have been deployed across the country, and just to help communities to have access to energy. And the concept which we are saying is, if you are not monitoring, then it means you are not managing. So we also went to these guys to say, you need to know how much you are producing, how much are the people consuming in terms of your energy production elements from solar. So we have sensors deployed in the panels, the batteries, so that people have access to information on how much they are producing, and also to give them opportunity to make decisions when there's a problem. And I'll also just jump. Maybe the story could be too long. It can take me the whole day. We also have some works in agriculture, health, and industrialization. Maybe with time, maybe I might tackle that. This information, we push it to our cloud server. And in our cloud server, we have a big data too, because I mean, I couldn't talk about IoT without talking about big data. And big data has been one of the ways that was being discussed here in the conference. So we have a tool that we use to analyze the data that is captured from the remote elements from different services, and that tool helps in coming up with the dashboards. You know, these plots, real-time information and analytics to help decision makers to make real-time information before it's too late. Maybe I might stop here so that I give chance to my colleagues, then maybe I might chip in later. This is just like an iceberg of what we do. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Maya. I'll come back to you on whether you're getting the skills and resources locally, or whether you're collaborating with international organizations to do that. Sungani, you gave a very compelling presentation yesterday on IPv6 readiness. I just wanted to share with you what I found online, that I think by next year there will be like 10 billion IoT devices connecting to the internet. And I think the figure goes even higher. In 2025, there are estimating 22 billion devices across the world. I'm not sure about Malawi in that sense, but I wanted to find out from you, being someone who's been in the ISP space for a long time, how prepared are we as Malawi to connect all these devices? Some of the devices that we might be able to connect IoT devices, that I think from the Assistant Professor Mikeka's presentation and what Maya is doing, how are we prepared in terms of network infrastructure and capacity?
Thank you very much. The key problems that we have is broadband connectivity. The largest providers of broadband connectivity are not cheap. I think you can agree with me. The data costs are extremely out of reach for most of these basic services. Of course, with my working with water boards, they do generate revenue from their customers. The mini grids, maybe they may also get some revenue, or they're at least purpose built. But for social services, like Professor Jomora was saying in the morning, was it this afternoon, regarding health and other implementations of IoT that we can have, we really don't have the broadband connectivity that is available
to provide for those services, unless if you're paying the broadband service providers like Airtel, TNM, a little bit some of the ISPs in the space doing business. But from an economic perspective, it's also the question that was burning a lot this afternoon on cost. But our prices are based on external traffic. So the traffic is coming from here, local to local, but the price that you pay from all broadband service providers is actually based on traffic that is going outside to the internet. So the infrastructure that we have, not much has been customized for local services. The beauty at the moment of the most IoT devices that Chomora has been dealing with, they use their own GOIP connectivity. They can connect to each other. Of course, I think MACRA may have to come in terms of the licensing of the spectrum. Talking to Chomora earlier on, I think we are agreeing that maybe the TV white space frequencies would be best for the implementation of a broadband connectivity for IoT devices. It's something we've not at and then there is already a policy in place, at least for use. Maybe we don't have full legal framework, but maybe the regulations may have to be speeded up to make sure that those frequencies can be used. But MACRA is mandated to provide frequencies in that area, so perhaps it's just a frequency. It's not basically what you're using it for. So maybe in the frequency band plan, we need to look and see based on the congestion. The beauty about most IoT devices is that they're able to interconnect with broadband services to provide their data onto the cloud. With local clouds developing, as I was talking about, maybe I heard government trying to create a data center from Mr. Bisika's presentation or discussion. I think this space in which we can, and then with the big data presentation in the morning, I think we're nearly there. I prefer to have the IPv6 implemented as quickly as possible, because then it can give you peer-to-peer connectivity for the IoT devices, and it makes life simpler. Because if a pregnant woman, using Chomora's example, in the morning is sitting in the village, you're assuming that the data must be passed through a mobile device that is connected to a data service, but that woman may not afford to pay for broadband services on the cellular network. So it means that we need to find some other mechanism of peering, or at least transferring the data from woman to woman, maybe through devices, and then until they reach an urban area where there's broadband infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Professor Mikeka, you gave a very thought-provoking and insightful presentation on IoT. But I wanted to challenge you that as much as we're coming up with all these innovations, we're also competing with proprietary companies out. I'll give you an example of Xiaomi that has come up with a whole ecosystem of home automation systems and all IoT devices that are a little bit more cheaper than some of the things that we can build from our own labs and maybe go and manufacture. And then I think when we manufacture our own IoT devices, the cost goes a little bit higher compared to some of these proprietary platforms that are out there. I can talk of Google Home systems, Amazon systems, Alexa, and all those things that are coming out on the market now. How do we plan to scale locally using like available resources and also compete with these proprietary systems that are out there?
Thank you for the question, moderator. Vincent from MHub. 2 weeks ago, I was with my colleague, also a consultant, seeing folk
from Singapore, Malaysia, and resident in the US. Our biggest question was, how did China become top in terms of fabrication, manufacturing, and that is able to make business out of it? And the answer, which has come from an extensive study on how China has risen to be a top manufacturer, including Singapore, or including South Korea, is supply chain management. And this is a concept that we need to borrow in African countries if we want to move into manufacturing, fabrication, or moving from science to technology and innovation. Supply chain management. If we come up with a manufacturing center here, we need to have a steady supply, reduced players, middlemen, players in the value chain, and have a steady supply to manufacture. That's number one. Number two is to know what is available locally. That would be at a good price to be able to motivate manufacturing. Lastly is deliberate policies on tax exemption on the parts that should be, imported from elsewhere, and then you use here on assembly lines. And that way we would be able to compete. And then type approval systems. MACLA, I think at the moment for electronic systems, MACLA is providing either certification or type approval or in that direction, because MBS is limited to electrical and other stuff. But we need to have type approval certification systems in country. And this would help us to move towards fabrication. And I would like to suggest that beyond laboratories, science labs, we need to have fab labs. Fab labs are fabrication laboratories. Our young people should be motivated to fabricate what they have imagined, that they have studied, what they know, to produce useful products which could be tested for applications. In that way, would be competing on the technology level with other countries. Thank you.
All right. In my case, I work with the youngsters. I work with the very young people in the 20s. These are the people who I believe in them when it comes to software development and innovation. I will say this, I've said this somewhere, but innovation, I'm sorry, if you are 35, 40 years, your innovation capacity goes lower. So it's these youngsters, 17 years old, 16, 14, 20. These are the masters of innovation. I mean, look at Mark Zuckerberg. The time he came up with Facebook, he was young. You talk of 17, he's already a billionaire. So that's how our friends are doing it. But your forte, innovation, yes, but I believe in the young people. So my team is composed of very smart software developers, engineers, all different levels. And these are the people who help me in coming up with the solutions. When it comes to the actual devices, I'm from electrical engineering background, so I came up with my own devices which we use. I could probably say that they are made in Malawi, but as you know, all these things which we use, even the phones, they are fabricated or they are made in China. So I have a team of guys who I collaborated with from Cape Town, and these are the ones who helped me to come up with the devices that we use for our IoT. So it's our own proprietary platform, and it goes to our own cloud, which we came up with. The devices, these are the best. I'll tell you, these are the best. They are not like the Arduinos, which they'll require someone to know C programming. But this one I can give to anyone, as long as he knows how to use a computer, can set up an IoT platform. They have Wi-Fi. module, Bluetooth module. You can also use the RS323 module, or you could use 2G, 3G, and 4G connectivity to put into the cloud. So we are more like with our own ecosystem. We are more like coming up with our own ecosystem, but it's not a one-man show. There are many key players which are involved. Here I've talked about some guys in Cape Town. And when it comes to big data, we have some guys from Israel. They are all over. These are the masters when it comes to big data development and BI. They are number one according to Forbes and other online people who rate them. They're called Science. These are the guys who are helping us in coming up with a big data platform for monitoring. That's to do with dashboard, and it's also embedded with AI. Because I was talking to Bwana Bisika to say you could have an operation, but you need certain points to say when this operation happens to here. For example, it could be a sales. You are doing some sales, and when your sales hit 100 million kwacha, you need an email automation. So you need an AI engine which has to track whatever is happening. So we are building this kind of ecosystem with many players. It's not a one-man show. And our friends, they have already advanced. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. So sometimes you get into collaboration so that they can fast track the process in meeting the goals.
I would like to add that what he is talking about, I was inquisitive and I checked it on his laptop, and I confirm that this AI engine, the data platforms and all that. So it's there. So he's talking what he's doing. I wanted to add that towards fourth industrial revolution, 3D printing is critical, and 3D printing is already here. Polytechnic has a lab, they call it a design studio. There is a 3D printer which costs $120, $300. But with that, you can print so many things. Previously, this is for manufacturing and prototyping, you used to print plastic. But last week, we were motivated at the UN Assembly that now there are 3D printers which can print metal parts. So you don't have to go to order metal parts for your car. And these are Benz and the BMW's tested equipment. So you just put in some metal dust, iron or whatsoever the material may be, and you print any part. The software is already there, the designs are already there, and this is towards the fourth industrial revolution and robotics. These are the kind of things that we can secure as government, departments or other things to help in assembly of things which we can represent in other forums, unlike metalworks or carpentry, which is poor outlook fabrications. We need to be able to do 3D printing for the devices that we're able to manufacture and label made in Malawi. Thank you.
Because of time, let me take last thoughts. Sungani, what do you think? I should also, there was a question on 5G. You can touch on that, because at the core of IoT, there is also need to start the conversation around 5G in Malawi. Maybe you can also tackle that from your perspective.
I think my final thoughts would be we need to start moving. Our IPv6 is here, it's come to stay. Let's start with our small networks, then we can use tunneling to transfer data, then we can already start end-to-end connectivity for the devices that we have, whether it's basic communication, data transfers from terminals to the cloud, or whatever it is that we can. We need to start from there. In terms of 5G, I know Chomora was also very inquisitive on his project. We had a chat about it. The technology is there. I think Huawei is leading in the world. They have deployed in most of China. Almost the whole of China now is getting a 5G connectivity because they are advanced in terms of fabrication and assembly of materials. I had a discussion with one of the guys in telecoms from South Africa. He never believed that Nokia is going to come anywhere near close. They believe in the Chinese, Huawei. But I know Huawei does have its downsides, I think. we do have operators in Malawi that are stuck. They cannot migrate from to IPv6 because the PE routers are only capable of doing IPv4. When actually Cisco started deploying routers that are capable of IPv6 more than 5-10 years ago. So when they deployed their network, Huawei was still trying to let you go back to them so that you can buy your PE routers to replace when IPv6 is there. I don't know whether they're going to do the same, but I've encountered a few problems with them before, but they're still the biggest telco manufacturer in the world, so you cannot live without them. I think MACRA must come in ready in terms of providing the platform and certification of the products. I know at least they do have a test bench with Jomora, but I think it's also high time they look at what the manufacturers are doing, the main manufacturer being Nokia and Huawei. I think it's time maybe to benchmark or have a look at the infrastructure that they're doing, the standards, look at the FCC standards and all the other providing standards. They need to make sure that those are already integrated so that tomorrow if somebody says I want to deploy 5G, there shouldn't be any hurdles. Because Jomora wants to deploy it before Christmas.
Yeah. We will take 4 questions if there are any questions for the panel. Questions? Okay.
Thank you, the panel, for an interesting discussion. As the number of things increases to become IoT, it becomes extremely difficult to address each one of the devices. And when you add IPv6 on top, IPv6 addresses are really big. You can't type them individually. So some of the current debate or research is on naming DNS for IoT. I don't know if the panel has encountered DNS issues for IoT and the risks that IoT poses to such systems as DNS.
Thank you. Mine is, yes, it's a question, but as well as a comment. In terms of the question that was asked about how do we compete with proprietary systems that are cheaper, one aspect that I think that I didn't hear from the panel is what we see with examples in Malaysia and Rwanda, where particularly in Singapore, where we saw that they knew that they did not have natural resources to exploit in order to improve their economy. So what they did was make huge investments in human capital and deliberately pushed tailor-made efforts to bolster their human capacity development programs in order to create a generation in the future that was able to fill in the developmental needs that they had specifically for ICT. And those efforts are what has brought them to where they are today. Again, I'm an educator, so I always push for that aspect, but it's important for us not to ignore the importance of the human capital development when we look at wanting to arrive at the destination we have all been talking about. In terms of again, another aspect of this competing thing is when we look at markets or economies that are just starting, most of them historically have always had that issue of the cost of manufacturing locally and competing with what comes in at a cheaper price. But if there is proper legislature in place and human capital investment measures in place that work together
And this paradigm shift has been there because of the convergence of multiple technologies, and you know it yourself. And because of that, there's been a number of serious concerns about the dangers in the growth of Internet of Things. And these dangers are specifically in the areas of privacy and security. In the morning, I alluded to the lack of data protection law. How are you going to address these dangers, privacy and security? I haven't heard anybody alluding to this, but these dangers are bound to happen. Can you please intervene on this area? I need some convincing answer in the absence of data protection law.
Last question, if any. I think we're good. So the first question was DNS issues and the risk associated with it, and then privacy and security.
All right, so I'll start, and my colleagues will come in to seal the deals. On the DNS matter from Dr. Paulo Nyirenda, domain name server, special resolutions, I will handle in two ways. The first part is that in IoT infrastructure right now, the major first challenge was to handle issues of gateways and blocker solutions. So have a blocker to all the nodes that are dealing with. And the DNS issues were coming at the latter when you're handing over traffic to mobile networks. So there would be the DNS. Secondly, at this level, because they're huge, at the moment, most of the devices that we're talking about, either they are GUID, global user identification, or they are IPv6 ready. So you can actually, in terms of network, they will assume the IPv6 addresses and then continue to network in that platform. So the DNS issues are still under research, but the critical area is when they hand over traffic from the IoT network to mobile operators and the other. And my colleagues will comment on that, I think, at a later stage. The other part which I just wanted to handle comment on was issue of data protection law. I do agree with attorney at law, JK, James Kapale, that we need the law yesterday. As I said, that maybe perhaps the motivation should not be the new technologies we are talking about. The motivation should be the benefit in terms of business that come in when you have a data protection law as a country. Kenya introduced it in 1 week. In 5 days later, Amazon and several other invested in Kenya, and they are making profits, a lot of things. So we are losing out for not having the law in place. And that's why I'm happy with the parliamentarians who are here. The chair is here. So I think this is very important for them to take to Parliament. However, at technical level, every IoT device comes in with prepackaged security features because we know that this is a matter of interest. But in addition, we are ensuring that we have these encryptions. So encryption or key generation sharing and verification is critical in IoT networks and infrastructure. That's why I talked about it in the morning. But hackers are also investing in this, and therefore we expect a lot of other challenges, but that can be done. WhatsApp is open, but people are not afraid to use it. In the same way, IoT will be used. Anyway, WhatsApp will just assure us that you are having end-to-end, encryption, and we're putting all our data, our open adult and young data is landing on WhatsApp. And I can assure you, very few countries have migrated from WhatsApp to Telegram because Telegram is better in terms of security than WhatsApp. And Italy, Russia, and a few other countries that I know where I work, they don't use WhatsApp at all because of those security holes which are in WhatsApp. Thank you.
I will just give a few comments as well. In terms of research in the DNS area, I know that some people have been advocating for fully qualified domain names for the IoT devices as opposed to IPv6 addressing in order to ease the identification. So perhaps that is something that we must look at as well. There is basic cryptography on most devices. I think the largest problem on most initial IoT devices was the chips were not very intelligent, the microprocessors. But I think now we're seeing slightly much bigger microprocessors that are able to handle some basic cryptography. So I think in that area, JK, we should be able to achieve some basic security. I know that some of the devices that we use in our homes, like smart TVs, they don't manage cryptography unless the ones that have just come in the past few years. But the initial ones had nothing at all. You could program them and open the camera without you knowing, and then somebody can be monitoring your living room, at least from the camera sitting on your TV. In terms of education, lack of exposure, lack of creativity, and all that kind of stuff in terms of cost of broadband, I think that's where our friends in PPC are coming with the government project. I think they do have Marin, and they're still grappling whether to include private universities as well to make sure that students are able to access the internet at much lower than commercial prices. But it also depends on what will be their pricing framework, because they will have a lot of overheads as well, because they're digging their own fiber. So they'll find themselves somewhere near between what the commercial telcos are facing as challenges in providing the services, because their only customers are going to be universities. I know that there's a little bit of grappling from the ISPs, the commercial ones, because they know that they will no longer be providing services, maybe only backup services to the universities or education institutions, which do consume quite a chunk. Chancellor College already consumes 100 megabits per second of data. As a college, I think that 100 megabits of data is gone from them as a customer if Marin is going to come into that space and provide services. So perhaps we should encourage the private and public universities to take advantage of the PPC and then provide more internet to the students, because at least because it's to students who can provide even more security and make sure that they don't go into gaming websites and adult websites and everything, because it's a community, it's for education. It's unlike a commercial ISP who is providing the services. You're not going to block any ports. You make sure that, or sites, you make sure that everybody can access any site that they want. Thank you.
Thanks for the questions. I will answer them randomly. But first I will tackle James Kapare's question. I'll start by looking at the security part. According to my experience and according to our work in IoT, we deal with a lot of sensitive data, and that data needs to be protected. And I'm telling you, it's so sensitive that if we mess up, things can go haywire. Because one of our projects, because I talked about 6 elements, and one of it is also in industrialization. So we do support industries, Makata, here in Kanengo, whereby they do production. We give them apps, they control the production by just clicking a button. So if the security is not there, you find the bottles will start to go haywire. The conveyor belt is complicated. Look at ESCOM, for example, assuming that we have an IoT solution for ESCOM, because I don't want to go into specifics of these industries, because now there is a privacy issue. So we sign NDA. I don't have to come here to say, this is how Castel produces, So I'll give fictitious examples. Let's look at ESCOM, and now we go into their system for managing their system. This is IoT-based system, or others will say SCADA. If someone goes into there, he could start punching everything, Nkula on here, this transformer off, the whole country can burst. broken. Yeah? Even the water boards, someone goes the pump here, will start the pump, water goes here, water is overflowing, it's haywire. So security is very key. So security is one of the elements, and this is the end-to-end. Chomola has mentioned about security of the actual devices. So the actual devices need to be secure. What technologies are you using? What protocols are you using in the security of those actual remote devices? Yeah? Can anyone just log in into that device and start controlling things? Yeah? So we need to be very much concerned with that. On issues on privacy, same thing. So without any law, now we deal into NDA. Yeah, what we are doing here, we don't want to hear in the newspaper, front page, Airtel does this, we got this information here. So on privacy issue now, this is between us and the people who are supporting the service to say your information is protected. And now I will link this, this question also on privacy to issue on costs. Most of the IoT devices, that's why, why did we go to local solution? Why did we have to struggle to come up with our solution? Most of the IoT devices, they embed with a link that goes to their cloud somewhere in Germany. And now you start to need to negotiate with those guys. Guys, this information is critical. We don't want it in Germany. Who has access to this information? That's the problem. And you also have to pay for the traffic, for the information that is in Germany. So I say, guys, let's build our own. We want this information local. So it's a local content. Yeah, ready. Professor Paulos, it's a local content ready, what we are doing. It's not routed to Germany or France because we want to protect the information that we are capturing in Malawi. We don't want it to be somewhere in US and people are making decisions over it. We have projects in e-health. We are supporting them in TB. This is crucial information. We need to protect it. What are the issues? How? Is it supposed to go somewhere or we have to protect it locally in Malawi? So this helps in making the devices not just cheaper, but also to protect the information that we produce. On exposure and innovation. The innovation, it's like entrepreneurship. As much as these days we are going to school to study entrepreneurship, but these are gifts from God. Innovation, you can go and study a master, a PhD in innovation. This guy is a guru in innovation. He has all the papers in innovation, but maybe on the ground practically might not be innovative. So I'm a bit afraid to answer issues to do with innovation, because even me, I'm very critical on selecting who works with me. And one of the issues is to do with innovation. You have the whole opportunity to say, guy, if you just do ABCD, we are going to do this. But the guy fails to read, to come up with an innovative idea. So it's a very big challenge, and I don't know the solution, but I feel these things come from God, and we might not intervene the much to push it to say we want innovativeness. I don't know. I think the answer is with God. But we are trying our part to ensure that our team is innovative and also exposure. So what do you do with exposure? Exposure, the government is here. These youngsters, take them abroad. We are going for IoT training. You take old people. Why not take youngsters? They go there, they learn. They will, to them they can understand what's going on. But you guys, most time you go there, you go around, you go shopping, come back, you write a paper. But you can take few guys, 20, maybe 20 is too much. But maybe one or two, they'll give, yeah, there's Paul Macheso was mentioned. I'm in touch with that guy. He has been sending me a lot of messages. I know his work, and I think we'll work together soon. But we need your support. I was wondering, and I was asking Chomora, I'm sorry I'm talking too much. There was what, $5.6 million on innovation. And I was like, where is that money going? If that money just lands on us, we can do amazing things. I'll jump the gun again. I'll tell you one thing. As a country, we don't know how much maize we have in those silos. Do you know that? We don't know that maize is going bad. Do you know that? So that 9.6, if you just give us 2 million, we go install some things in those silos. We'll know how that maize is. Are we ready to import? Or should we export? Do we know? I'm telling you the answer is no. These people don't know. Those things in there is nothing intelligent in that one. Yeah? So I don't know what you are doing. And maybe we are not talking to each other, but let's discuss. Let's not just end here. Then bye-bye. Next year, another conference. But let's have some, I don't know what we can do. Let's have some points. 9.6 million in the branch. After the meeting, fancy idea, this is what we need to do. And next time Chomora comes with a very good presentation to say, from what we did now with the PPPC, we robbed this. We said that this you said that they should give it to you. The procurement. Yeah, we need to come up with those solutions. That's how I think we can build up even the innovation and the exposure. Where are our people going to get exposure? So I think that's how I can randomly say it. On DNS from Professor Paulos, our devices on my part, there are many like mobile phones. So the way the mobile phone actually assumes DNS and route its way to the internet is the same protocol which we are also adopting. But as Jomona said, I think there is a lot of research which is on the ground because we wait for the research people to come up with a product, then we look at it and see how we can modify it to suit our needs. That's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's end on that note. As Maya is putting it, let's keep talking to each other. It's clear from the panelists that the industry is already innovating in the area of IoT, but also we have a lot of issues that we can sort with IoT. These are just some of the things that the industry has identified, but there are a little bit more. I believe that Malawi is a very perfect case study for technologies like this, IoT, because we've got a lot of challenges and we can always use technology to solve them and become maybe the next big thing in Africa or in the world. So thank you to our panelists for taking your time and responding to the questions and also sharing with us your experiences in IoT in the industry. Thank you.
Okay, we will now go into the mainstream topic, a presentation from Jimmy, focusing on the fake news. I will not preempt the presentation. I would let Mr. Jimmy take the stage and walk us through the presentation on the aspect of fake news.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was sitting comfortably there after lunch. I forgot I had to do this. So I hope everyone will be with me, awake and alert. As it says there, my name is Jimmy Kainja. I teach media, communications, and cultural studies at Chancellor College, and that's my department there. I'm presenting on fake news. When I got the request to do this, I wasn't very sure what to talk about because it's only 2 words, fake news, but I think the topic is broad in such a way that it can take so many dimensions. So I'll just look at 4 things specifically. What is fake news? Why it matters? Fake news and internet or new media, and what we can do about it. I'm drawing all this from a research that I'm doing. It's not published yet. I'm still working on it. So some of the information will be sketchy, but I think we'll get something out of it in the end. So definition of issues first. Fake news as a term, it has so many aspects of it. Makes it difficult to define because the understanding of it is that, especially in this day and age, that every information that we come across, people qualify it as news. There's information that people look at as fake news when it's not news at all. But the term is very tricky in terms of definition because of the way that the term is used. So as a term, though, fake news is commonly used to mean false information for most people. Of course, in most cases, not considering contextual issues. By context, what I mean is that not all information that is considered fake is entirely false. There's often a mixture of truth and some lies about information that we come across. It's very difficult to distinguish sometimes about what aspect of that information is true or not. But it's not always false as well because information sometimes that can be considered as news by others, it's not entirely news at all. We have all sorts of information online, for example, but not everything qualifies as news. So we call fake news when it's not really fake news. The third reason is that the term, in most cases, does not consider also the intention of somebody sharing information. You can call somebody, or you can think of somebody as spreading fake news when in their true and honest opinion, they were sharing something that they thought everybody should know. So the intention is not also in most cases considered when people talk about fake news. I'll connect to these points, they are important as we go ahead. So the term fake news is also used mostly by politicians in most cases to discredit information that can also be true, but because you don't like that information. So defining it, it matters also who defines fake news. In what context is that definition coming? So there are all sorts of issues that we have to think about when that term fake news comes out. And when we're discussing, we need to know in what context we are having that discussion. So for instance, UNESCO has proposed that the term fake news should not be used to refer to news at all. This is because news simply means verifiable information, but any information that you cannot verify should not actually qualify as news at all. That's what UNESCO think. Similarly, a report on fake news by British Parliament, so accepted by the government there, has opted to use terms disinformation and misinformation and not fake news. So fake news is a term that people use, but it's only recognized officially. So by disinformation, they mean information which is false, inaccurate, and which has been deliberately created to mislead. So there's an intention here to mislead for different purposes. Maybe for political reasons, for social reasons, or really just to discredit other people in society. Or maybe just for fun of it. It also happens. Misinformation refers to information which is false, inaccurate, but may not deliberately be created and spread to misinform or deceive. In this case, a lot of us may fall under this circumstance that we are all at one point or the other having yourself, in say WhatsApp groups on different social networks, forwarding information, sharing information that we are not sure of ourselves. And this happens a lot. Sometimes we're trying to cross-check with somebody who has posted information to you, and they haven't even gone through it themselves. So we share information when you're not sure what we are sharing, because as we're going to see later on, sharing information can be socially validating. That basically, when was it that current information, you can share things, basically. So that also is an issue. So there are two issues that are coming out here, that people can share deliberately false information. Others can share that without having knowledge of what they're doing is actually wrong. But fake news has a real impact on people's lives, as well as structures of governance. And I think especially the aspect of governance is what we are most interested in this case. So fears of fake news are well-founded, even though if you can debate about the term itself and terminology, but I brought that so we can have a broader perspective of what we're talking about. These fears are well-founded because of the centrality of information in societies. We've been having discussions since yesterday about importance of making internet more accessible and affordable. Among so many other things that people can do apart from business, basically, is to make information available for people in society. Information is a key organizing and developmental factor. It helps holding societies together. And in most cases, when you talk about media especially, we tend to align these to issues of democracy. It's true, but pretty much all the decisions that we make, if you want to make sound decisions, if you want to participate in public issues meaningfully, we need to have information that allows us to form certain opinions and become a bit more useful, rather than passive, basically, active citizenry, in other words. So political governance, as I said, especially in democracies, depends on people's participation in public affairs. If that doesn't happen, you have a problem. And that's why I think voting is a good example, because we can easily have numbers and contextualize issues. If, say, for instance, out of 8 million or so Malawians that are eligible to vote, only 1 million turns out to vote. Even if you win that vote, you have your mandate questionable, because majority of people have not really actually voted for you. That's aspect of participation that is needed. So, collect information is important in order to allow people to participate meaningfully. So it matters from those perspectives. But fake news is not entirely new. We discussed this mostly from a period 2015-2016, because the term has been popularized with the coming of Donald Trump, who's winning presidency in America, and then the Brexit in Britain, because what those superpowers do matters to the rest of us. But fake news is not new. By definition, as I was saying, you would know that we had these things in society before the advent of new media. But new media has made sharing of information much easier, because even if we say only 5 million Malawians have access to internet, that basically creates a certain demographic of Malawians with access to information, with access to gadgets that allows you not just access what others are saying, but you become a publisher on your own as well. So fake news has, new media has made sharing of information easy. But it's not new, as I was saying. The emergence of what is called post-truth. So post-truth is a period, especially in the Western politics. This is a situation whereby people are able to accept information based on emotions and their beliefs rather than facts. And there's a lot of it that is happening today, especially online. We follow people because we admire them. We choose to read what we think confirms our biases and avoid something that is uncomfortable with. And I think there's a term that is called filter bubble. That internet is more or less like a filter bubble, that people are occupying certain bubbles in which they are comfortable with. And we can then avoid everything that is uncomfortable about the internet. It has its own problems. So the notion about post-truth basically is a fact whereby we're living in a society where people are no longer seeking the truth. What people are looking for basically is information that confirms their own already positions that they've had already. So fake news basically has found a fertile ground within that society in which we live. So this is crucial because then to spread fake news, you just have to target people with information that are already expecting to receive. It makes things easier. People consuming information today that confirm their biases, as I said, but in most cases in political terms. Politics has become very volatile with how information is being spread. Look at these news covers, for example. I don't know if you can see, but this paper is supposed to be for Tuesday, August 5th, and this one is supposed to be for Tuesday, August 5th. Which one is correct? It's Daily Times. Both newspapers are supposed to be for August 5th, 2019. Spot the correct one. How do you know? Basically, most people will choose which one is correct based on what they want to agree with. Yeah. Similarly, if you look at that, this one is Monday, and that one is Monday, same month. It is unfortunate that you can't see there, it's too small. Which one is correct? Maybe because of some headline here you can guess. Okay? But not everyone will be able to know that. So what I'm trying to say is that the situation in which you find in, everybody has their own perspective. And what new media has done basically, apart from providing technologies, internet and other software, providing ability for people to create such pages, it also means that people can create information, what they're looking for, what do they want, and therefore they'll be able to reach out to other people as well. I was talking about the new media. In most cases, what our two daily newspapers, I think including weekend ones, the Daily Times, Malawi News, then the Nation and Weekend Nation, early in the morning, if not at night, they share their front pages and back pages. So on their Facebook, on Twitter, and on their Instagram pages. Maybe the idea is to allow people to know before they can go and buy those newspapers. But for most people who don't have the means, and we know newspapers in this country as for selected few, it's very expensive. It's language specific because the newspapers are in colonial language that majority of people don't speak. So most people will just look at that headline, for example, and they'll make their decision based on what they have. They have no means basically of getting that newspaper and verify exactly what is happening out there. Similarly, if you go with the first one, suspense on Demo's case, no demonstrations today. Oh. So this is what I'm trying to say. The point about post-truth is that we're living in a situation everywhere everybody chooses to believe what they want to believe. And there are people who are ready to create information for those that may believe in that information. This is a good example. This can be very tricky, actually, to deal with. In fact, the newspapers are thinking maybe they should just stop publishing their papers online. And I was saying to one of the editors, I said that would be maybe a bit more problematic, because if you have the original paper on your, say, social media page, at least they have the means to verify which page is true. Because not publishing it doesn't mean people don't have the templates to create their own anyway. So it's a problem that we have. Now, this problem talks to a bigger issue when it comes to fake news and new media. We've talked a lot about the levels of internet access in this country. Majority of people that are considered to be using internet in this country are simply on social media platforms, but they don't use internet. They either have the money that can only allow them to buy a bundle for WhatsApp, maybe Twitter, and maybe Instagram, but not internet as we know it. These are just social media platforms. Now, if you look at your WhatsApp groups, majority of what you get are images. Images are okay because you can use them within the bundle that you have subscribed to. If I send you a link, if I send my students a link, most of them are not going to read because their bundle don't allow them to go to those pages where they have to go with that link. I would rather send them screenshots. With that screenshot, you have no means of verifying whether that information is true or not. In most cases, verifying information means going outside those bundles. But we don't have that capacity, majority of us, even in this room. We don't have that capacity. It's very expensive. What this means basically is that while fake news is here, we are not doing enough maybe to deal with the problem. What I've noticed so far in this research as I'm doing is that a lot of sentiments that people have is maybe we need to regulate the internet. And in most cases, those who say regulate, they mean censorship anyway. We're coming from 71 years of colonialism plus 30 years of dictatorship. We've been oppressed for too long. That people, if you talk about regulation, they're talking about censorship. That is not going to be a solution. Social media is going to be here with us. Fake news is a symbolic of the society in which we live. We all lie every day. Those lies have been transported online. So it's going to be with us. Now, what we need to do basically is to look at possible solutions. I'll come to that at the end of the slide. I want to show you this first. I hope it will play. There is something, this is especially in the Western world, that the discussion has gone as far as talking something to do with what they call deep fake. Deep fake is fake information basically that is very difficult to distinguish. But I think this is where we're going to go as a country. And as I go to my conclusion, I want us to consider this as well. So I'll play this clip. I hope it will. Any possibility this can... I thought it would work. I don't think so. Let me try. Now I can't find the case.
Era, which our enemies can make it look like anyone is saying anything at any point.
Then I'll start again. Yeah, that's fine.
If they would never say those things. So
I'll preempt this. So we can follow it together. The video basically, as you can see, is Obama speaking, right? But it's not Obama speaking. Okay? The voice behind it is somebody's, basically. So if you listen to it and you tell me if it's possible to spot this.
In which our enemies can make it look like anyone is saying anything at any point in time, even if they would never say those things. So, for instance, they could have me say things like, I don't know, Killmonger was right, or Ben Carson is in the sunken place, or, how about this, simply, President Trump is a total and complete dipshit. Now, you see, I would never say these things, at least not in a public address, but someone else would. Someone like Jordan Peele.
Can you see the person?
This is a dangerous time. Moving forward, we need to be more vigilant with what we trust from the internet. It's a time when we need to rely on trusted news sources. It may sound basic, but how we move forward in the age of information is going to be the difference between whether we survive or whether we become some kind of fucked up dystopia. Thank you. And stay woke, bitches.
Yeah, so you can see there basically, this was just created for educational purposes. This is called deepfake. Now, what's been created there, it will take a lot for you actually to figure out this is not actually correct. In fact, the video is here. It's not actually true. Dr. Madis yesterday was saying, you know, Jimmy, I think where we are going is going to be difficult even to use such things as evidence in court. How do you know whether this is true or not? So it's really changing the way society do things. Now, online, as I was saying earlier on, it's been observed that a lot of people, we are likely to share information that is coming from somebody who we admire. Think about Barack Obama. He has a huge following. Looking at what he's saying there, basically, it could have been anything. But a lot of people who admire him, they wouldn't want to contradict him even. They'll take that as given, and it's easy to share that information. In 2018, the BBC had a study on fake news, specifically in Africa. The study established that people share fake news for following reasons. So they mentioned 3 things simply, but the thing is powerful. That people tend to trust, we share information basically for 3 reasons. Information from people that we trust, that maybe we admire as well. They share information we don't want to question or to verify that information indeed. And this is what happens mainly online. You follow somebody or you befriend somebody because you know them or you admire such people. Check on WhatsApp. A lot of discussions that start. There's always somebody who knows better, or we think they know better. When that person comments, the discussion ends because nobody wants to contradict them. They are who's of society. Secondly, most people find reading difficult, but sharing information is easier and is attractive. Okay. What this means basically is that people share information they have not read or verified. And the third reason is that sharing information, as I said earlier on, is socially validating. This matters more because people tend to share a lot of information. Sometimes on your WhatsApp groups, somebody will forward things like 7, 8 things within maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes. But when you go through, you wonder if this person had, seen what they're forwarding. But it's socially validating for a lot of people that they have information, they can be a source of information to a lot of people. And all those basically are making the situation worse. But what can we do about it? So there's a growing number of what are called fact-checking websites and groups across the continent, so in Africa. This is mostly for those who are in journalism, so you can cross-check your information and whatnot. But often this is slow. And for a lot of us who don't have access, as I said earlier on, fact-checking is also suspect because these are mostly available online. So fact-checkers are limited because most of these operate online, as I said, and majority of Africans affected by fake news don't have access to the internet as we know it. So we need to have a situation where people have access to the internet. If you talk about regulation, regulations are there. We have Cybersecurity and Online E-Transaction Act, for example. All those are forms of regulation. But when it comes to this problem, I think one of the best solutions that we can have is to provide people with platforms and means of accessing information. the best way of dealing with this is that people should be in a position to verify and cross-check information that they come across. Limiting the number of users or limiting the amount of information that is in circulation can only make things worse, but making information more available. So access to information is key, and this is the best means basically to tackle fake news and not limiting it. James Bohr is an author of the book called Post-Truth, How Bullshit Conquered the World. He talks about fake news mostly in that book. He makes this point, and I agree, that most school systems include at least some on things expected to be good for the public health or citizens. There's a good case for adding some basic tools of media literacy to that list. He says, how, for example, how to evaluate sources, how to judge claims, and the basic rules of the thumb. What he's talking about basically, these are simple things. I've been training journalists about how spotting fake news and all that. Most people don't have an idea that what makes a web page, for example, is the web address and not the appearance of the website. And that's why it's easy for somebody to create a BBC look-like website and somebody can read and believe this is a website. Even worse if they take a screenshot and show it to you. So this starts even here, even in this room actually. We need to have some sort of media literacy, the ways in which we can begin to differentiate between accurate information and whatnot. We need to be a bit more questioning. And at a different level, and I think this is up to us maybe in the institutions of learning, that these things basically have to be taught at a certain level because fake news is going to be with us. What we do to prevent it or how we deal with it is a critical thing that we can do instead of thinking about, you know, is there a way out? Can we regulate? Can we ban ABC? That is not going to happen. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Our last presenter is from the TVET Authority, and he's going to talk about the digital skills gap assessment from the TVET point of view. Mr. Amos Malunga. Sorry, I needed to introduce you first. Thank you so much. You can take us through the presentation.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When you are the last presenter after lunch and you have passed your program time and you have a 40 slides presentation like I have, you would wonder if people would enjoy it. Okay, I just wanted your attention. Okay, I'm here to talk about digital skills gap assessment. Of course, during the presentations this past 2 days, we have talked about a lot of challenges and some will appear as gaps in there. It will bring out like a summary. Maybe that's why the organizers organized this to be the last presentation. Okay, as part of the introduction, when we are implementing the ICT innovations, the projects that we do have, we're obviously facing challenges, and also sometimes we are trying to address the gaps that are there. Unfortunately, the more we acquire the ICT innovations, also there are so many skills gaps that are still present, even in the developed world. We have digital skills gaps for both developed world and developing world. But in this room, in Malawi, we'll talk about developing countries, since we are trying to catch up with the technology that is out there. As Malawi specifically, we have, its digital landscape is characterized by a significant digital skills gap. So if we follow the, look at the definition of the digital skills, you would find that a straight and sharp definition of digital skills is not sufficient, because we're talking about the shortage of skills in a broader aspect. In general, we can say the digital skill involves the knowledge and ability to determine information from digital technology sources and to appropriately use digital tools and to input, access, organize, and integrate digital resources, as well as to construct new knowledge. That means we are dealing with the knowledge and the ability to determine information. If we look at the past way of acquiring skills, regardless of the short courses that we have so many now, trainings and so forth, we are looking at having an education training, possibly that will take 4 years after the secondary level. And whilst you're finishing at the secondary level, you have an office which is requiring 4 years of experience from you. Formal 4 years experience from you as a demand. So we are supposed to also have to participate in your work in an organization to acquire that required experience, which is the demand, and so forth. So whilst you're acquiring all this, or you're spending all these years, the technology is still moving. Hence, the advancements of several trainings that are appearing here, but still, it presents a gap. If we look at examples, if we look at the particular points, if we are, what we are discussing about under digital skills, there are so many. But in a general aspect, we cannot discuss about digital skills gap without considering the following points. If we look at our country, we have low basic digital literacy rates, which are a key barrier to a general use of ICT by citizens. And we have also increased uptake of digital technology by the private sector. So I think in the yesterday, we had a presentation whereby I think from UNESCO, they were also referring to the people that we trust, that we think they know. Sometimes they don't have the capacity, the full knowledge that we think they have, so that they can distribute that to a larger group that needs to know how that technology is used and how best we can contribute using that technology to our country. The shortage of more advanced ICT skills, namely computer scientists, application developers, IT professionals. We are lucky in this room. We are so blessed that we have professors, we have directors. But if we compare the presence in this room for this national event with organizations, departments that we have in our country, you would see that the percentage is just too small. And yet, we are the drivers of ICT technology. We have lack of senior ICT personnel, directors, heads, both in the private and public sector, which we are supposed to steer the country's ICT growth. Mainly we can say we are lacking the key personnel that will drive the ICT developments, which will bring ownership and responsibility in those developments. You agree with me that most of the ICT sections, they don't go as far as having their own directors in most of the organizations and departments. So this also has an implication because they don't own the development of the country. Another point is that digital skills within government are likewise a concern, including challenges of recruitment and retention of qualified professionals within the IT common service, and the slow uptake of digital technology to improve efficiency across the public service. That was self-explanatory, and if we go to the Malawi's tech innovation ecosystem, is relatively underdeveloped, but offers significant potential for job creation, particularly for youth. This is an opportunity whereby we are saying that the pool is there, the youth is there that we can use and utilize, so that we can open up the ecosystem, so that we can have the local participation, increase the local participation in our ICT activities. Lack of system interoperability and interfacing create barrier to awareness with the increase on technology reliance. We have talked about interoperability a lot today, and still it brings in as a gap because we don't interface within the systems, therefore we don't participate what is happening just behind us, so that we can also contribute to the development of our country. There is lack of equipment, insufficient co-working and meeting space, high internet connectivity costs, which have been talked about within the past 2 days, limited training and mentoring opportunities, business plan developments, and other entrepreneurial skills, and limited financing which is a very welcome move, but still it fails to absorb the digital gap that is out there. So it means we have to do more to address this. If we discuss in considering the new technologies, some of them that we have discussed in here, link to the e-learning discussion that we had today, talking about employment through HR, through the internet, and we can link that also to automatic mapping of curriculum to granular skills and model education for youth and adults. So if we're talking about those all these technologies that are out there that are coming to step up, that we need to think about and to address. Tackling the digital skill. As part of the suggestion, we are saying introduction of subjects such as coding and data analytics to the primary school level to prepare our young youth, our young people for the job of the future. An example is South Africa was also facing the same digital skills gap, which they have addressed by introducing such subjects, which we can learn a leaf from. Empowering our ICT personnel in leadership positions, perhaps the introduction of Ministry of ICT and Innovations, a reference to Rwanda approach, whereby now we have more ICT personnel now currently reporting to finance and human resource leaders, but they can stand on their own so that they can defend the policies and they can be part of the implementation of the policies that we do create as a country. Creating and using human-centered applications for the systems that we are developing, we are saying to concentrate that they are human-centered applications. We do have some, but we need to do more on that area so that for the general public, some of the people that did not go to the ICT classes, the system should be very self-explanatory. What are the next steps whilst you are using the systems and the technologies that we are trying to use in our country. Projects to finance mass awareness of technology advancements. Where, for example, I'm giving an example of road usage. We had various, I think there was a jingle sometime back talking about pedestrians, how they should pass the road, and so forth. It died, of course. But we can see now that the roads, they're getting complicated. We are building better roads, would have, I think after finalization of our Lilongwe 18, there's a dual carriage there, which should need people to understand how to use it. So that means one of those developments, we should do more so that we bring that awareness to reduce that gap. Lower costs of internet and ICT infrastructure in the country. We have discussed more about that. Increased number of centers for the general public to access technologies. We can think, of course, MACRA has telecenters, and also some organizations are bringing in all those centers that the general public can access, but we're also referring to having ICT incubators whereby we can have groupings that can learn more what people can benefit from ICT and possibly start their own businesses from the availability of ICT within those areas. As a way forward, we would encourage that we would have to enforce and reference whilst we're implementing our ICT policies or any policies that is ICT related. We had a presentation in the morning about security whereby I think they shared with us different types of policies under ICT. So whilst we're implementing that, we must enforce so that we have a robust system and we create the awareness. Expansion of the e-government duties in regulating and coordinating technologies in the ICT sector. I think that was also discussed, talking about the emerging technologies that the e-government and with MACRA, I think, can include in the regulatory function. Reduce factors leading to digital exclusion. For example, in the reduction of the taxes on technologies to improve the public services. We were talking about reducing the tax maybe to lower the cost of, for example, mobile money, etc., etc., so that it's accessible to the general public to reduce the digital skills gap. The transformation of primary skills, secondary and tertiary curricula to bring mindset to change towards ICT usage. I think that was also explained more by UNESCO yesterday. Increased initiative on digital skills awareness programs. Whenever we are thinking of bringing new projects and bringing more programs to our country, another thing that we should be aware that we should take part in most of those projects is think about how we can reduce that digital skills gap whenever we are also advancing so that we can have a better Malawi. My presentation ends there. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, so we'll take a few follow-up questions for the last presenters on fake news, as well as the presentation on the digital skills gap assessment.
Thank you so much, the two presenters, for such very enlightening presentations. My intervention is on digital skills gap assessment by the just recently presented paper, Mr. Patrick Mputen. You've decried in a way the lack of digital skills gap in many organizations, in the sense that IT is taken as is taken on the back pedal. By the way, ICT is supposed to be a hub in this 21st century dispensation. And being a hub, I think it now remains as a challenge to the ICT professionals to lobby for a seat in executive management of most of these organizations. I've seen in organizations such as MRA, there's an IT director. But now it remains to you ICT professionals to lobby for directorship in most of the organizations, because most of the organizations have IT as a support hub. And most of the ICT professionals I know, they are just ICT managers. Why not being ICT directors? It remains to you as ICT professionals to lobby for that. HR managers now are lobbying for a seat in executive management. PRs, public relations, are now lobbying for a seat in executive management. Why not you? I think you undermine yourself as ICTs. No wonder there's a digital gap. I'm one of the people who sit in executive management. And the ICT, I cry for the day it will be sitting in executive management. It feels good to sit in executive management. You make decisions. ICT should be one of those, you know, in the 21st century. It remains to you. The backstop on your doors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Kapare, we will not be surprised if you make Mr. Kelvin Mbewe the director at ADMAC. Because we know he needs to sit at the we are lobbying. I mean, you are the one echoing the same voice, so we need Mr. Kelvin Mbewe as a director. Okay.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think maybe to touch on what Mr. Kapale has just said, the biggest issue about ICT or IT is the background to IT. If you remember how IT started in this country, it started as a ledger, as a ledger section where it was only managed by accountants. And it's not news that up to now, most IT departments are reporting to accountants. But that is changing. Actually, I would want to challenge you. An ICT person was a chief secretary. We had a chief secretary as ICT person. And there are many out there that have got senior positions in the private sector and in government. So I think it's not totally right to say we are not jacking up ourselves. We are jacking up ourselves. Thanks so much.
Is there any other intervention? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to comment on fake news and IoT. I think it's one of the emerging issues right now. So on the internet, how web pages are valued depends on where they have been accessed, how many web pages there are, and who has the reference to them, who has linked to them. So these days it's quite easy to create your web page and have IoT devices do the popularity test for you. I just thought I would mention that. On a lighter note, yesterday I think there was a lot of debate about the MACRA figure for internet penetration in Malawi. Now that MACRA is not here, maybe can we say that was fake news?
MACRA is listening. Wherever they are listening. You had a question?
I didn't have a question, but I think I'll mention. It's about fake news. It's not as simple as how we smile and look at Obama, but it's tough. Things are not good out there, but it's something I think we can live with, because I've been a victim of
you are still a victim.
and I didn't want to comment, but but since Chomola just gave me a mic, then I felt that maybe I should comment on fake news. Regulations is tough because even on my part, I tried to go to MACRA. MACRA took the issue to Facebook. Facebook analyzed. I say, but this is more personal. That's Facebook. To them, Facebook will look at, would try to intervene when it comes to something huge. For example, they said there was an incident whereby there was, is it a medical practitioner said something about a certain tribe. Then we say, since I'm a medical practitioner, I can do ABCD. We can eliminate this tribe. So, and that thing was taken to Facebook, and it was worked on. So because it touched a lot of a bigger group. But now in the video, to them it's like, but this individual. But now as an individual, your life can be taken out. Your family, everything can be taken out just because of fake news. So I don't know how it can be done. I think there is no solution, but I feel that maybe the media, I think sometimes they know that it's fake, but they'll still carry the post and put it and publish it. And is it Francis? Jimmy? You are in the media, you're a journalist. I don't know how you guys are handling it. Even myself, I dipped deeper. You say, oh, there's some two guys that receive money. From who? Why? You know? So they receive money, they write an article knowing it's fake. I don't know how these things can be done. And you as in media, I don't know what is going on in your field related to fake news. Because, I mean, all these things we see on Facebook, they are created by the media. So I think you guys are in control rather than us in ICT when it comes to fake news.
Okay, Panji. For those who don't know how Maya was affected, the issue of the election case, there was an issue of the ghost user who approved most of the results. And there was a fake news going around that it's Maya who was working behind as a ghost using IoT. So we have the ghost amidst us. Go ahead, Panji.
Yeah, I think this is a very serious issue that that has to be looked into deeply. Now I'm just beginning to think that even within the forum, we kind of alert. We did not include the media practitioners in terms of having them as part of the audience. But if you look at the element as Jim has presented, the video that he played that depicted Obama actually used AI to do that. So in as much as we're advocating for that, we also need to look at the negative side of the technology. We're going to teach the people on how they're going to use it negatively to also affect other things. So we also need to prepare for that. And then as Sunjaya Madisa said, that in the future it will be very hard to use such kind of evidence because there will be a lot of manipulation. So I just wanted to have like some sort of food for thoughts that as we're doing this IoT, AI, we should also think in the background that other people are going to use it maliciously, and we should be ready for that. And especially the media, they should also be able to be looked as a very key stakeholder on how we're going to handle and manage that content. Thank you.
Thank you. My comment is on government ownership of, or how government spearheads ICT developments in general. And my plea here would be to our legislators, because as government, we rely on our legislators to push our agenda. And I'm sure from everything that you've heard presented yesterday and today, you have seen where the world is going and how important it is. But the magnitude and impact of our voice as the technical people can only go so far. But it is up to you, and we can only go so far as to tabling to you exactly what we're able to do, how we propose to do it, and where we can do it. But without you as our legislators on board, in order to push our agenda, recognizing the impact of what it bears, then there's nothing much that e-government can do, because our mechanisms are restricted to working through you as government. So we rely heavily on you to propagate or to speak for our agenda, because as you've seen, whenever it comes to allocation of budget, we know that the priority areas, but we often forget that ICT in MGDS3 is in the top 4, is priority number 4. Yet when it comes to allocation of funding, its impact, even though it is cross-cutting, is never recognized in terms of funding. As a result, the mandate of e-government, my CD will confirm, is there, but we're restricted in terms of our ability to execute our mandate because of funding. And that is where we need you as legislators to speak on our behalf. ICT has the ability, and IoTs in particular, to transform the economy of nations. We've seen that in Rwanda, Singapore, and there are countless number of developing economies that are no longer developing, that are now emerging, even in Africa, that we can cite. But if you, our legislators, do not hear our cry, then we are lost. Because even our private sector needs you as legislators to push our agenda. And it begins with asking for a larger part of funding in order to facilitate all these things that we have spoken of. Because as government, my CD and all my other directors here will attest to the fact that what we do is limited to how we are funded. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to rescue the CD or?
Now it's our turn. Thank you. I think just to concur with what Miriam said, we also need to think of capacity building on our legislatures. Because sometimes we talk of projects in ICT and other issues whereby when they go to Parliament, they don't give any meaning at all at them. So it's time for us to work together. First thing is to equip them. If they don't have skills and they don't understand our language, definitely all these things will be taken as a white elephant. When you are talking of healthy issues, agricultural issues, those are their day-to-day things. But when it comes to ICT, we have to think of that. So looking at on that point, we're talking about capacity building in the digital Malawi. I think PP privatization should think of that area, that legislators should be brought in as part of the requirements that they should have a capacity building in ICT for them to understand what we are going to do, especially as we are going towards the policies which we are going to develop. Otherwise, we'll start the policies today, and there are 10 will go, and those policies will be there as papers. And by the end of the day, we are going to finish this project without achieving anything. If we start with them now, and they understand what we want, and all the policies which we want them to enact by the end of the day, I think that can hasten. Maybe within 2 years, we can be able to have the Data Protection Act and whatever we want to bring on the ground. They have to understand ICT part as we do understand them. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair, Media Committee, would you like to just come in with your deputy as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator and the President and Director. All protocols observed. This forum is really very eye-opening, especially for the parliamentarians. This interaction is indeed something that should be continuous, considering that the advent of this technology, the internet technology, has brought tremendous development in this country. As legislators, we have seen really where we are failing, and it is from both sides, ourselves and yourselves, because this is the first interaction so far from my knowledge of you as professionals and we as legislators. We understand this lack of data protection law. It should start with you. Which areas you want us to approve? From this interaction, I'm really impressed, and we know now where to start from. As parliamentarians, we are not allowed to give evidence from the newspapers, from social media, as evidence on to prove your point. So today we have known what is fake news, what is real, and through using this technology, I think you will have a bright future. This should be a starting point. I was very pleased when the Chief Director was on the panel, when he was talking about what are ahead of us. Those are supposed to be there with the support of the law. And we want to assure you that these laws will make sure that they are put into operational, and through our interaction, these things could be pushed forward, and to make sure that this country, one day, we should see Malawians not queuing in the bank for a simple thing to collect their money they have already worked for. We don't want to see people queuing at the road traffic simply to give information of their own, which could be given within a short period of time. Likewise, educationally, we want to see these computers, these internet facilities, getting to the primary schools and secondary schools, so that we can develop faster. I can go on and on, but all in all, we are really impressed with this forum, and possibly this should be the beginning, and we hope every year you'll be having this, so that you can review what we have gained and we have not. With these few remarks, I say thank you very much for including we legislators in this forum. Hopefully we'll be we'll be joining you, we'll be interacting with you. Some of you we have already interacted, and we have known where are the shortfalls, where, since this is the first part of our term of 5 years, I know within next 2 years we should see a change in the in this forum, in this field of technology. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Women empowerment.
When the chair has spoken, you don't speak.
Thank you so much for inviting us to this forum. I remember that was last, if not in September, we attended one forum for freedom, that one in Ethiopia. It was also a good forum. We learned a lot, and coming to this forum again, I think we have learned a lot, and we will report to our committee what we have gained from here, and we can assure you of our support in as we work together in the next coming years. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. As we're wrapping up the IGF 2019, and one last takeaway from Associate Professor Mekeka is that politicians should begin to listen to researchers. We hope that our honorable member of parliament, when you go back to the committee, you take the message to start listening to us, the researchers, and then maybe also the prophet. But to wrap up the session, we would like to take a look at a number of things on our way forward as Malawi Internet Governance Forum. As it has already been pointed out by the Honorable Chair on media, that this is an annual event. The IGF was established in 2014, Malawi chapter. Due to some other logistical problems, we have not had other IGFs. In 2015, 2016, we had one in 2017. And then after 2017, in 2018, we failed to hold one. So this is the third Internet Governance Forum since the formation in 2014. However, there is a deliberate mandate going forward that we will begin to be holding it annually, every year. And in 2020, we will definitely fall within the recommended Africa Union time frame, which is to have the Internet Governance Forum between January and June. So any time we're late for this year because of so many issues that were also involved. But we believe our way forward should also look at when do we want to have the 2020 Internet Governance Forum. In terms of the consolidation of the discussions that we've had, the Secretariat is working on a report that is going to highlight on each and every presentation and panel discussion that we had, and the recommendations and the resolutions, and that is going to be shared to the audience through the email addresses. If you have not registered, actually, do so, because then we're going to share the presentations as well as the draft report for your comments before we come up with the final report that we can upload on the internet, on our website, the Malawi Internet Governance Forum website, but also our colleagues from MANA, I think, will also help us with publicizing it on the government website. But in terms of the way forward, I would like to take a few insights from the general public, and then we have our secretary taking notes on what do you think should be the recommendations moving forward in regards to the topics of presentation that we had and the resolutions. I see a hand. Yes, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. And thank you to everyone who came. This was a wonderful workshop. My recommendation would be that perhaps there should be a demarcation. There should be some roles properly defined, especially for our regulator, MACRA. I see that I think in the past few years they have been involved in implementing ICT projects. I think their role should be limited to regulation. If you look at their mandate currently, it does not allow them to implement ICT projects. Ideally, we should have either delegated this function to e-government, or as the area draft policies outlined, that should have been the work of some, is it MICTA or MITA, something like that. I think going forward, I would really suggest that we advise MACRA to not to be a player and a referee at the same time, but perhaps to leave the field work to the other stakeholders. So, for instance, the SET project they have been working on, that should have been advertised in the papers for either the private, public kind of, you know, for the public or private sector to participate, or for e-government to implement. But currently, I think you can see that most of the projects, ICT projects, are being implemented by MACRA. I think that would be, so my recommendation would be, let's clearly differentiate between regulation and implementation. Thank you.
I think before you just one thing,
Jimmy, before you continue, are we capturing the discussions? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I said for me just one thing really to complement what Dr. Mikeka said earlier on. I think it's very important that we begin to look at this from developmental point of view. It's easy to look at this room as full of IT enthusiasts and whatnot, but he made a point that within a week or two of bringing in data protection law in Kenya, foreign nationals are beginning to come in. I think it's Amazon. The same with Ghana. Ghana was among the first countries in Africa to come up with data protection law. And Ghana has the first incubation hub for Google in Africa. And Google clearly stated basically that they were there for two reasons: data protection law and access to information law. Access to information in this country is not implemented yet. Passed, but not functional. So these things basically are very, very important for national development and attracting foreign investors. Nobody will invest today in a country without internet. We need to be looking at these things seriously if we want to be serious, to be taken serious as a country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another input as a way forward for Malawi Internet Governance Forum. What should be the way forward? I see the hand from Council Kapale.
Thank you so much, Mr. Presenter. I heard you when you said there have been some lapses in the holding of Malawi Internet Governance Forum over the years. As a way forward, we would want an undertaking by government, in the strongest terms that is, that this Internet Governance Forum, or forums, will continue to be taking place. Because this is the only fora where professionals, ICT professionals that is, and the general populace meet to discuss issues of internet governance in the country. I saw that this internet governance was on live streaming, meaning those with access to internet out there were watching us live, which is a very good progress. I would want to encourage government that this is a very good initiative. We should take it from here and continue be holding yearly forums to improve our industry in Malawi. Otherwise, if there will be gaps like there have been in the previous years, zero zitatu.
Thank you, Council. There's another suggestion from online, and this is coming from Dr. Tiongi from Chancellor College. He is proposing that we need to take this conversation in other forums. So, for example, maybe we need to write about some of the conversations that we've had here for those that have access to, print or blog about the conversation that we've had. Take this and move the conversation beyond just what we've discussed in this room. He's also proposing that maybe we take the conversation to different constituencies of our universities. So why can't we have our students also know about Internet Governance Forum? During the registration, I saw there was one of the options to tick whether you have attended IGF before or not. The large majority of us ticked we've never attended it. So imagine we're sitting here, but there are many students out there who are not aware of forums like this. I had an opportunity to have the Internet Governance Forum session with the Department of Computer Science at Chancellor College, and we combined it with the Faculty of Law. It generated a lot of interest. And this is something maybe as a multi-stakeholder organization sitting in this room, we might want to take this serious and push it even at the universal level. So the other proposal is that usually our colleagues in other countries, they would have 1 week prior to the actual Internet Governance Forum like this. You'd have 1 week of the School of Internet Governance Forum, and you bring together different stakeholders, so students, human rights defenders, academia, come together and learn about what internet governance is all about and why is it important that we participate and take part. And after the school, after the graduation, then we move into the main session like what we had now. So maybe, Chief Director, moving forward, we could think about having the School on Internet Governance Forum next year, prior to the actual main event of Internet Governance Forum Malawi 2020. Is there any other takeaways before we close the session?
All right. I would just like to add on what the council said. On involvement, I'm thinking for the next Internet Governance Forum, why don't we involve regional or continental players in internet governance? I understand there's a regional Internet Governance Forum for SADC. We can invite maybe their chair to be part of us for him to help address some of the issues, and someone also from the African Union, so we can tackle issues of internet governance together, because the internet is a worldwide network. We cannot tackle it independently as a country. The internet has no borders. So, as it is, we also have to involve not only AU, but even if we could reach the UN's Internet Governance Forum and have them send a couple of representatives to this forum next year, it will aid us quite a lot. And the other thing which I wanted to add is the emphasis on what the major spoke about in the morning of security policies. They have to be implemented throughout governments, private sector, and even universities. And we need to study because these are essential. Going into the world, into this next decade, cybersecurity, cyber crimes are going to be on the rise. So there are other basic deterrents which can be put in place to help minimize the effect which we'll have according to this, like what I spoke about, the digital certificates which most Malawian websites don't have. This will be vital in our national security. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Just to point, part of the funding for this year's IGF came from the UN Secretariat, so they supported us really much. They wanted to address us through the video conferencing facilities, but I think somehow, Chief Director, we had some glitches on bringing the video conference facilities. So, but Malawi, I think, is a member of the SADC Southern Africa Internet Governance Forum. as well as the Africa Union Internet Governance Forum, and also is recognized at the global level through the United Nations Secretariat. So I think in terms of alignment globally and regionally, we are, as a country, we're very good on that. We just need to work on our own way forward and sustainability to be able to have these meetings each and every year. I don't know. Okay, my director has a point.
Thanks, moderator. Probably just to clarify the issues raised by my colleague there. This forum is like a preparatory meeting for the Africa Forum. So what normally happens is every year, and actually there's been communication from the Africa group and the global group that every year each country must have the IGF between January and April, is it? Between January and June. Because the global IGF happens in December. So the purpose of this meeting is to come up with our country position that we're going to take to the Africa region. Then in the Africa, at AU level, we're going to come up with an Africa position that we're going to take to Berlin for the world position. So it will be procedurally not correct to invite the African Union because we are going to be reporting to them. So they should not be sitting in this meeting because all we're going to is taking our position. It's a country position. Not that we are trying to learn anything. We are trying to take our position on internet governance to the Africa level. Then at the Africa level, it will be moved to the global level. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I see there are no more hands. Okay.
Thank you. Just to add, if I may, on the way forward, I think one critical aspect which has come out very clearly is human capital investment. Skills development within the sector must be bolstered. So we need to get a lot of finances channeled towards a training within the sector. Otherwise, there's no way to move forward, because in all the efforts that we've talked about, it is a human, individuals that must support those initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just want to re-emphasize the need for the development of policies, legal framework and regulations. I think there are a lot of gaps in most of the emerging issues that we discussed here. I don't know what is going to be the enforcement mechanism or how we're going to make sure that we actualize some of the brilliant ideas that have come through. For example, in Chomora's discussion about the Ministry of Climate and whatever change, they seem to be on the front line complaining, but when somebody wants to comes up with a technology to assist in the monitoring, they don't come back. And I think as a country, that money is going to go to Rwanda, for example. Then we start admiring General Kagame and saying maybe Kagame is doing better, when actually it's not anybody else but the people that are affected by the technology because they're not interested. So as a country, how do we move forward when these people are not interested in the technologies? How can we make sure that as a country we still continue to benefit on the technology projectile and reap benefits? Because the people that suffer climate issues, climate change, water levels in the road are the poor and vulnerable. It's not the director. The director's house is not going to have his roof ripped off. He's not going to suffer any water in his compound because he's staying in a secure area. But the people in Nsanje and Chikwawa are the ones that are going to suffer. So if we not receptive to the technologies that are being offered to us for free, I don't know how we're going to develop. So most of these critical areas are in the emerging technologies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. On that note, Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. As we spoke earlier, the Secretariat will draft the report, and hopefully before we close for holidays, we will circulate the report so that you can enjoy your holidays and also while looking at the report and just help us with a few input that you feel maybe might have been missed. But otherwise, I would like to thank the steering committee, which comprised of different stakeholders, and we hope to enforce it for 2020 to be inclusive and bottom-up as always. And I would like to also thank our sponsors that made this event possible. The Secretariat, if you can stand up, please. You've done quite a good job. If you can stand up where you are and just receive a round of applause from the audience, the Secretariat. Thank you so much. You may take your seats. And the chair and the vice, we have had 2 internet governance forums, but we've never had the chair on media committee from the beginning to the very end. When you tell us you're serious about these issues, I think this is a very clear message to us. It is upon us to take you serious, to engage you, and to come to you with issues that require policy intervention. And would like for you to take this message to your committee and extend our gratitude. To the participants and the facilitators, the presentations were very, very mature, reflected the country level in terms of where we are and what we're lacking. We really thank you for taking your time and your effort to travel all the way from your various places. And if you can join me in giving a round of applause to our facilitators, please. They have made this event a very engaging event. And finally, I would like to thank the participants for your perseverance again, sitting in one place and listening to different people. And some of the conversation might be too technical, like what Dr. Chomola Mekeka was presenting. But you still persevered and took an interest to listen to this conversation. I would like to thank you in a special way. A round of applause to yourself. Thank you so much. At this juncture, with powers conferred to me by the Chief Director, where the Secretariat is housed, I would like to declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you so much. We'll meet again in 2020. Now, the final prayer, the closing prayer. I would like to ask a volunteer who can offer us a closing prayer. Oh, there are 2 hands. Can I go to Kate? Okay.
Let's bow our heads in prayer. God, we thank you so much for the wonderful meeting that we've had. We thank you, Lord, for allowing this meeting to take place, for all the people who have contributed through different presentations, and for all the people who came to participate in this forum. We pray that whatever we have discussed, Lord, it should not just end here, but Lord, it should be adopted in the different forums, Almighty God, that will help to advance issues of ICT in this country. We pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen.